mountain sky. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar, online, guard the flame, defend the line. America, hold the line. America, we rise. Tactical Templar, online, steal the heart, defend the light. In the grid of a million screens, he moves like a ghost through code and beams. A chrome cross night with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise, from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar, online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, ghost through code and beams, a chrome-crossed night with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate, he reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise, from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar online, steal the heart, defend the light. In the dark of the midnight feed, he plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat, just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things worth fighting for. One nation, loud and alive, we endure, we survive. America, 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 hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar online, steal the heart, defend the light. Hold the line, hold the line. We rise, Tactical Templar, defend the light. He sat on a pile of gold with ale on his breath and spite in his throat. Heavy with greed, with glassy red eyes, counting his curses like stolen praise. His tower was packed with junk and bone, cheap trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag grin and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flagger burn,
False Flagger Burn.
turn to ash.
What an epic song.
False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises.
Get ourselves ready for the show. pump ourselves
He
up.
hunted cards in the velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fever days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with the thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the ear. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. Now the masks come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we bring. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises.
Welcome back to the show, brothers. It's so good to see you guys again. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are here to talk about a wide variety of issues today. And guys, I gotta be honest, I'm not 100%, but the show must go on. And that's what we're here to do today. So we're going to be talking about the Shiloh Hendricks trial. We're going to be talking about that because that was a travesty of justice. Our free speech is under attack. And the way that some of these judges and the way that some of these people on the left defend the criminals, including pedos, it's unacceptable. And I think that there needs to be a drive and a hunger within the American people to see justice done, not only on the people that commit the crimes, but the people who help to cover up and facilitate the crimes, the judges, the prosecutors, the people that play a part in not getting these people off the street. I think that they need to be punished and they need to be judged as well. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about that. The Democrats are divided like we've rarely seen them before. We've got a whole bunch of Democrats going crazy at each other, and you'll love to see it. You love to see it. We also have a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about, guys. We're going to talk about deporting J.J. Abrams. I think it's time to deport J.J. Abrams. Okay? So, I'm so glad you guys are here with me today. What we're going to do is we're going to start off and we're going to read from the book of Acts. Last time, we read Acts chapter 1 and chapter 2. And today, we're going to read at least Acts chapter 3, possibly Acts chapter 4. So here we go.
Chapter 3. Now Peter and John went up together into the temple at the hour of prayer, being the 9th hour. And a certain man, lame from his mother's womb, was carried, whom they laid daily at the gate of the temple, which is called Beautiful, to ask alms of them that entered into the temple, who, seeing Peter and John about to go into the temple, asked an alms. And Peter, fastening his eyes upon him with John, said,
Look on us.
And he gave heed unto them, expecting to receive something of them. Then Peter said,
Silver and gold have I none, but such as I have give I thee. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rise up and walk.
And he took him by the right hand and lifted him up, and immediately his feet and ankle bones received strength. And he, leaping up, stood and walked, and entered with them into the
Hallelujah.
temple, walking and leaping and praising God. And all the people saw him walking and praising God, and they knew that it was he which sat for alms at the Beautiful gate of the temple. And they were filled with wonder and amazement at that which had happened unto him.
Yes, sir.
And as the lame man which was healed held Peter and John, all the people ran together unto them in the porch that is called Solomon's, greatly wondering. And when Peter saw it, he answered unto the people,
Ye men of Israel, why marvel ye at this? Or why look ye so earnestly on us, as though by our own power or holiness we had made this man to walk? The God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob, the God of our fathers, hath glorified his Son Jesus, whom ye delivered up, and denied him in the presence of Pilate, when he was determined to let him go. But ye denied the Holy One and
See,
the just.
this I think is actually crucially important. It's why I recommend that people read the book of Acts. Because in modern society, you have this thing of, oh, the Jews didn't kill Jesus. No, it was the Romans that killed Jesus. No, it was the Jews that killed Jesus. Now, that's just reality. The Romans were the mechanism of the execution, but it was not the Romans that wanted to execute him. In fact, it says it right here. It says, you handed him over to be killed, and you disowned him before Pilate, though he had decided to let him go. You disowned the holy and righteous one and asked that a murderer be released to you. So, I mean, it sounds pretty similar to what we're dealing with today, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound pretty similar to what we're dealing with today, where you have these leftists that are demanding that criminals and murderers be released, but law-abiding, decent people be punished? Interesting. Almost like the Bible is a blueprint to what they were dealing with then and insight then and what we're dealing with now. Funny how that works, huh? We're doing the same thing here. We're doing the same thing. We are allowing Somali pedos to basically live in this country and get away with it. But at the same time, we're punishing other people that are the victims. And that's what we're going to be talking about in the Shiloh Hendricks case. Because Shiloh Hendricks was minding her own business when this 10-year-old person, that this black kid, apparently already had like an ankle monitor. We're going to be talking about that too. So you've got this kid who's black, who's 10 years old, already a criminal, who's going through this woman's bag and like stealing her stuff, and she's fed up. And then you've got this pedophile Somali that takes out his phone and starts filming her. It's crazy. But I think that we don't appreciate how similar we are when we look at stories in the Bible, how similar we are to how they were back then. Because today we're dealing with the same thing. Now, it's not always Jesus. You know, it's not always Jesus that's the one that's on the receiving end. Sometimes it's, a case like this, but it's pretty clear that there are people, even today, that want to let the criminals go free and want to punish people that are, I'm not going to say that they're the best people, but want to punish people that, don't align with their worldview. It's crazy.
And desired a murderer to be granted unto you, and killed the Prince of Life, whom God hath raised from the dead, whereof we are witnesses. And his name, through faith in his name, hath made this man strong, whom ye see and know. Yea, the faith which is by him hath given him this perfect soundness in the presence of you all. And now, brethren, I wot that through ignorance ye did it, as did also your rulers.
True.
But those things which God before had showed by the mouth of all his prophets, that Christ should suffer, he hath so fulfilled.
Right.
Repent ye therefore, and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out, when the times of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord.
Amen.
And he shall send Jesus Christ, which before was preached unto you, whom the heaven must receive until the times of restitution of all things, which God hath spoken by the mouth of all his holy prophets since the world began. For Moses truly said unto the fathers, A prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me. Him shall ye hear in all things whatsoever he shall say unto you. And it shall come to pass that every soul which will not hear that prophet shall be destroyed from among the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yea, and all the prophets from Samuel and those that follow after, as many as have spoken, have likewise foretold of these days. Ye are the children of the prophets, and of the covenant which God made with our fathers, saying unto Abraham, And in thy seed shall all the kindreds of the earth be blessed. Unto you first, God, having raised up his Son Jesus, sent him to bless you, in turning away every one of you from his iniquities.
Okay. Starting off with a little bit of Bible, I think it's a good start. Okay, we're gonna do our best to get through this. Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling good today, but I still wanted to come before you and do what I could. Let's see. We have quite a few topics to go over. So first, I think I'm going to do the Shiloh Hendricks one first. I think I'm just going to get that out of the way. All right. Okay, let me just take care of. Can I call in later to talk about Trump 2028 if you're too sick? I don't think I'm going to take calls today. I mean, if I do, it's going to be about, yeah. I just don't think so. Okay, but let me do the Shiloh Hendricks one first. Let's get into it. Brothers, the Shiloh Hendricks trial is now over. For those that don't know anything about this, let me give you a brief summary. There was a white woman with her kid at a park, and she was just, playing with her kid, and all of a sudden, there was a young black person, I think the kid was 10 years old, somebody that apparently already was wearing like an ankle monitor, somebody that already was, getting into crime and, stole from this woman's bag. Well, this woman wasn't having any of it. She was sick of it. It was ridiculous. So after she had disciplined this kid the way that the kid's parents obviously weren't going to, by telling this kid off and telling him to get lost, she then is confronted by a Somali pedophile. No, I'm not kidding. That starts recording her.
Did you call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
By the way, the person behind the camera is a pedophile. And we're talking about somebody that was brought up on charges and then some judge just dropped the charges. Like, this guy is an absolute freak who shouldn't be in the country. And he's harassing this woman and trying to go online and make a spectacle of this. Like, you're recording this woman because she was disciplining somebody that, their parents weren't going to discipline them. She didn't hit him or anything. She just, this 10-year-old kid was a thug stealing stuff from her baby's bag.
You nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
Yeah. By the way, there's nothing wrong with what she did there. Saying the N-word is not something that I do, but it is free speech. It is free speech. You should not get charged with civil, it's like you get charged with public disruptance or being a public nuisance because you say a word in public. No, I don't agree with that.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody did.
And by the way, what is this pedophile doing at the kids park? Can we take a moment to ask the question? What is this person who is, was preying on a girl that was 16 years old? What is he doing at the kids park?
Dig into your shit.
A little fucking
And by the way, he keeps following her with the phone.
kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a nigger? The little child?
By the way, the guy is using the N-word. He's using the N-word all abound. So wait a minute. What is the standard here? What is the standard? So saying the N-word apparently is so egregious, you shouldn't ever say it. But this guy is saying it. So wait a minute. Which is it? Is it just bad because she's saying it because she's white? Like the kid that was, the thug was acting, in a completely ridiculous manner. Now, should she have called him that? No, but who cares? That is beside the point. It is. Whether you think she should have called the kid that or not, this was a 10-year-old thief. This was somebody that was stealing and apparently had been harassing her and bothering her. And she, basically just said, get the hell away from me. But this guy, this Somali, is filming her, harassing her, but he's using the N-word himself.
What if he acts like one, he's gonna do
Are you
all
about
of
to
it.
hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child, 5-year-old, a nigger, the N-word.
He's 10, by the way. This guy lied. I mean, this guy very clearly isn't very good at judging the age of kids, or maybe he is. But yeah, no, this is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. These people need to be deported. I just think they absolutely need to be deported. This is unacceptable. Now you're spamming the word in public that apparently is so bad.
Word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act
He's not 5 years old.
That's a hate speech.
That is the hate speech, dude. You preyed on children. Like, this is so
You
ridiculous.
can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
What did he say?
That's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't.
You can be recorded for that. By the way, his people, the Somalis, they treat you recording them like you're trying to steal their soul through the camera lens. They get belligerently hostile when you pull out a phone to record them. Just everything about this stinks to high heaven. Everything about this just stinks. And so we're gonna watch the full video from the trial lawyer, or from the defense lawyer. We're gonna watch the whole thing.
What's your reaction to the verdict today?
I think it's
Actually, I should probably I should probably start it. I should probably start the video here, considering that I didn't realize the guy was going to use the N-word like that. Brothers, we are going to be talking about the Shiloh Hendricks case, and this one is a doozy. So here you have a woman that was at a public park with her kid when a 10-year-old black kid, who, by the way, had a history of prior misconduct, was harassing and stealing things from this woman, and she called him the N-word. Now, as a result of her using the N-word once, you have a Somali pedophile, the guy recording this, who whipped out his phone and started harassing her and following her and spamming the N-word, by the way. This Somali guy is just saying the N-word repeatedly. In fact, I was going to do another video, but I had to end it and start record again because he just kept saying the N-word so many times I didn't want to put it in the video. And that's this video here, where this guy he's spamming the N-word in this video in front of her kid, in front of her, just spamming it, like over and over. So she explains to this guy, which, by the way, why is there a Somali pedophile at the kids' park? But this whole case has been an absolute travesty of justice. It's been an absolute farce. So let me give you the lowdown. The trial concluded. The jury found her not guilty when it came to what she said to the 10-year-old black kid. But they did find her guilty on what she said to the Somali pedo, who shouldn't have even been in the country. This guy is recording her, harassing her, spamming the N-word, and they think that she should be held liable for what she said to him. That is not America. That is not freedom of speech. That is absolutely antithetical to what we stand for. And anyone on that jury that voted to find her guilty of this, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. You should be absolutely ashamed. You took the side of a Somali pedo over an American citizen that was being harassed and stolen from. Anyway. Here is the defense attorney, and this is, I think this is must-see. This guy gets genuinely pissed, and you know what? He has every right to be.
What's your reaction to the verdict today?
I think it's pathetic. I think it's sad. I think it's sick. I think shocked. I've never had a trial where they keep people. This is a misdemeanor, by the way, till 10:30 at night. Never even heard of that one before.
So what he's saying is that usually in a trial, they let the jury go at 5 o'clock and then they bring them back in the next day. The judge kept the jury until 10 o'clock at night. So basically, it was putting pressure on the jury in order to give the judge and the prosecution a favorable ruling to find this woman guilty.
Most courts, most counties, what they do is around 4:30, 5 o'clock is they say, okay, we're going to send the jurors home. They got kids, they got families, they got things to do. No, we're keeping them. I've never heard of that before. So that alone, I know this is a thing, I guess. Olmsted County, they do this. I thought that was bizarre. But the verdict itself, let's make something clear here. Let's make something very clear. She's acquitted, not guilty.
Right.
Not guilty with the child.
Yeah. So in her interaction with the kid, she's found not guilty.
The state reads a 5-minute victim impact statement about the child. She was acquitted about the child. She's convicted on the count involving the cameraman.
Yeah.
Who they never called to testify.
Oh my gosh.
Keep this in mind. They never called the cameraman to testify. This judge prohibited us from telling the jury that Shire Jamali, had a GoFundMe page, $340,000. He testified that it was done in May last year, done. That's not true. There's a link on the bottom of the page that goes to another open account. My investigator hit the link last night, donated $10.
So basically, this Somali scammer, he is a scammer now. The scammer pedophile Somali, who, by the way, why isn't this guy immediately rounded up and deported? I don't know why Tom Homan or Marco Rubio or whoever is, in charge right now, I don't know why they haven't already rounded this guy up and sent him home. Sent him out of the country. I see stuff like this. And this woman, whatever you think of her, had to go through this. Number one, because there was a young black child that had absolutely no discipline and had no respect for the rule of law and decided to steal from this woman, apparently causing a scene. And then you got this Somali pedophile scammer at the children's park who pulls out his phone and starts spamming the N-word at her. And they found her guilty. Are you insane?
It's open. You can donate right now. You can donate right now to Shire Jamali's GoFund page. Right now. It's open. He testified under oath and perjured himself. He perjured himself over and over and over and over again. This was without any stretch of the imagination. It was like I was fighting the prosecutor and the judge. It was like I'm taking...
Yeah, and I'm telling you, one of the biggest failings of the Trump administration has not been to go full tyrant on these rogue Democrat judges. Like, we see Trump wants so badly to be liked by the media. He wants so badly to be liked by the institutions. He doesn't have the will to do what needs to be done in dealing with these people. I don't know if Marco Rubio is going to do it or J.D. Vance, but there needs to be somebody that runs on the platform of, you know what? These judges are the enemy to the Constitution and what the rule of law stands for as an American. I am going to run on a platform of arresting these judges, prosecuting them, even if I have to go through emergency powers to put them through a military trial so that we can get judges that are, relatively uncompromised. Like, whatever they have to do. If somebody runs on that platform, I will vote for that. I will vote for somebody that does the most radical and extreme thing in this situation, because the most radical thing in this situation is normalcy. It is the normalcy. It is taking the people that are corrupt, that are allowing the criminals to fester and flourish, and punishing them along with them and putting somebody in place that will not allow this to happen. I think that needs to be the standard going forward. Because how is it possible that you could have this defense attorney that's fighting against the judge and the prosecution when the case is obviously a First Amendment issue? This should have been thrown out immediately. We don't condone her saying the N-word, but you're going to hold her liable. You're going to hold her guilty. But the black guy behind the camera, he's spamming the N-word. And why is he even there?
On two parties at the same time. The judge and the prosecutor. It was very bizarre. Very bizarre. GoFundMe. Huge, worldwide, giant. It's like Google, right? This is so big. My investigator was going to testify that this page with Shire Jamali's name on it. 5-year-old. The kid's 9. 5-year-old. $340,000 he raised.
Yeah.
The judge.
How is that not? It's just another Somali scam. The kid was not 5 years old. The kid was 10 years old. How are you going to fuck that up so badly? Like, genuinely, this case. Listen, I understand that there are going to be some people. There are going to be some people that understand that what the kid did was wrong. They understand, the guy, yeah, maybe he was, maybe he was a pedophile, and yeah, maybe he shouldn't have been, doing what he was doing, spamming the N-word. But she's the real bad one because she's the one that called the kid the N-word, and she's the one that was unapologetic in front of this guy that's harassing her. She's white. She should know better. There will be people that look at it on those grounds. But I'll just tell you that if you look at it on those grounds, I think that you're wrong. Fundamentally, I think that you're wrong. I think that you could not be more wrong, in fact. Because the truth is that regardless of what this woman's skin color is, it shouldn't have any impact on whether the First Amendment applies to her or not. It's very, very clear. Either the First Amendment applies or it doesn't. And in this case, I think absolutely it does.
Would not let me show it to a jury. Sorry. The judge would not let me show it to the jury.
How you doing, Scout?
Okay? And if you
Good
go
to see
through
you,
any of you right now can go online right now. And the judge, you can't authenticate this. You can't lay foundation. This prosecutor is telling the judge, how do we know this is real? How do we know this is real? So anyone can make this up. You can go online right now, today, right now. Go on that page, unless they run and take it down. Scroll down. He has an open GoFundMe. Mm-hmm. He said on the stand he does not. He lied and lied and lied and lied. This entire thing's a shakedown. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, they should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah, the judge and the prosecution should be ashamed, but they're not. Because a lot of these people feel like they have some sort of moral calling. Like they think that they're doing the right thing, and it's obnoxious. What I want to see is Shiloh Hendricks. I want to see if I can find the GoFundMe for this guy. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. But let's see. Yeah, Shiloh Hendricks has. Anyway, yeah, we'll. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it right now. Yeah, we're not going to be able to find it right now, but I do think it is interesting. I think it's very interesting that he's still collecting money. The scammer is still collecting money off of a fake story, and he's not held accountable by the court. The court's not doing anything. Why is this guy not deported? Why are his funds not seized?
The prosecutor should be ashamed of himself. The judge should be ashamed of herself. I had a battle here for 4 days on a stupid misdemeanor disorderly conduct. This is nuts. This was crazy. $340,000. Nope. Can't show the jury. 5-year-old. The kid was 9. His name's on it. Can't authenticate it. Still open account. So we're going to appeal it. We will appeal it. We have so many appellate issues, I don't even know where to begin. Judges screaming at me during the trial. Judges interrupting me every time I want to make a record. Judge says to me, Mr. Corrales, you keep wanting to make a record after I rule. This is crazy. Most rulings during a trial by a judge are made during the trial. And then when you take a break, you make a record, right?
Right.
You take a break, you make a record. I kept asking, If you're in there and you watch the trial, I kept asking, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. She'd get upset, run in the back. Get upset, run in the back. Your Honor, I need to make a record. It started piling.
Well, another example of why women should not be judges. Another example of why women shouldn't be judges. Wow, this is a reoccurring theme across multiple states, multiple vectors. Whether it's a local judge, whether it's or a federal judge, it's like it seems to be a reoccurring theme here. Huh? Amazing that, huh?
Piling up. All these objections started piling up. Your Honor, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. She'd run in the back. I'm like, Judge, we got to make a record. This is insane. This isn't law. This is a circus. This is monkey court. This is nuts, right? You make a record. The judge should come out and say, okay, I made my ruling. Mr. Corrales, what is your record you like to make? I try to make a record. She interrupts me from the beginning, right from the start. Every time I tried to make a record, she interrupted me. Every single time. Every single time.
Typical woman behavior. Yeah.
I'm like, Your Honor, I'm trying to make a record. That's what we do as lawyers, right? I don't know if the lay people or the people in the community understand this. The way trials work is judges make rulings during trial. We don't want to interrupt the trial to make a record every time someone objects and there's a ruling. So when there's a break or you go to lunch or at the end of the day, you make a record. She wouldn't let me make a record.
That's crazy.
Half of America RN. Hey guys, do we choose the American lady or the Somal thug Ra-Aapa? Geez guys, it's so hard to figure out. Oh man, oh boy.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like genuinely, that is just bonkers. That we have people that are like, oh, I don't know. I don't know who we choose. Do we choose the Somali pedo, or do we choose, like, seriously, really? It's that complicated for you? You don't understand? By the way, thank you Heinrich for your donation. Thank you for your support of the channel. Means more to me than you can know. Just thank you. I appreciate every donation, every bit of that. So thank you.
If you're in there, you heard it. She'd talk over me. She'd interrupt me. Wouldn't let me make a record. Over and over and over again.
Sounds like she shouldn't be a judge. Sounds like somebody should go in there. What is the point of winning elections? If, what is the point of winning elections? You should go in there and crack down on this judge and make her life as miserable as possible. If you are the Trump administration, ruin this woman's life, the judge. They're deciding with these absolute animals over the American people. What are we even doing here? This is so bonkers to me. It's insane.
Why? She didn't want anybody to hear what? They didn't disclose the name of Shire Jamali until Monday. The first day of trial. No, I'm not done.
Sorry.
No, I'm not done. Shut the fuck up, media. Shut the fuck up, media. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you think. Shut up. Based. Absolutely based. Love to hear it. Absolutely based.
First day of trial, they didn't even disclose his name. Think about that. A jury trial in the United States of America. I didn't get the name until Monday. When we started the trial, until Monday. And then my investigators do a record check. Then we uncover, oh my God, he's got this GoFundMe. $340,000.
Mr. Corrales, a couple of things.
Sure.
According to
I can only imagine. The media is definitely going to come here, and the media is definitely going to be fair, and the media is definitely going to be just completely impartial. The media, oh man, the media is going to just be totally above board, and just they're not going to be the obnoxious assholes that we know them to be, right?
the court, you agreed to those free trial terms about not getting the witnesses beforehand, and
did not agree to it.
So already, wow. Already she fucked up. Like, you agreed to these things beforehand. He's like, no, I didn't. Brilliant. Brilliant, woman. Yeah, you can't, you had one job to do and you fucked it up. Congratulations.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I thought I was coming down here to try a free speech case.
Yeah.
You all saw the video. I thought I was coming to Rochester to try a free speech case based on the video. Then it took on an entirely different, it just turned, right? Mr. Jamali takes the stand. Wouldn't answer any question I asked him. He sat there like this. Oh, I don't understand. He looked at his interpreter. I don't understand. I don't understand. Over and over and over again.
Well, it sounds like there's an easy solution. If you don't speak English and you're a pedo and you're a Somali and you're in this country, you got to go. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't understand? Well, understand this. You're getting deported. Like, what are we even doing here? Like, why do we live in a country that is so ridiculous, so unbelievably absurd? Why? We don't have to live like this. Like, you guys realize that we don't have to live like this? It's not a requirement. It's not, oh, well, if you want to be America, if you want to be an American, well, then you got to live like this. No, you don't. We don't. And I wonder how long and what it's going to take for people to realize that you can deport every single one of these people. You can. If you have the will to do it, you can do it.
When the prosecutor asked him a question, he had no problem through the interpreter understanding. Never had a problem understanding. Not one time. I put the detective on the stand. Detective, did he ever have a tough time understanding you? Never had a tough time understanding him.
He's a scammer.
Never had a tough time. Not one time did the detective have any problems understanding. You're in the jury room, or in the trial. You're in the courtroom. You're in the courtroom. You're in the courtroom. He acted like he didn't understand any question I asked him. Every single question was like pulling teeth. It's like, huh? Oh, It went on and on and on. This is a fraud. This whole thing's a fraud. The cameraman? By the way, let's make something clear. They didn't convict him with the child. Your headline...
It's so obvious. It's so obvious this was a kangaroo court.
Headlines can be about the child. No, they convicted her on the video with the cameraman. The disorderly conduct is about the cameraman. Right. And from what I understand about the cameraman, he has a GoFundMe. And his GoFundMe, his GoFundMe is he died. He has a GoFundMe that he died. Give money to the cameraman who died.
Oh,
and from
boy.
what I understand, he's well alive. This whole thing is fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
this
true.
is a fraud. This is a fraud upon the community.
Based. What a based guy. Yeah, he's outraged and he's disgusted and he's like, yeah, no, I totally get it. I totally understand where he's coming from. Like, the fact is that you have this situation where he's dealing with an open and shut case. Like, obviously this is free speech. She didn't do anything wrong legally she didn't do anything wrong. She had a kid, she had an absolute thug try to take advantage, and then you had all these other like scammers and thieves and criminals and deviants and animals around her that just, made the situation worse. If these people hadn't been in the country, if they hadn't been here, this woman wouldn't have had a problem. She would have gone to the park with her kid, would have enjoyed her time there, and would have gone home. Like, nothing that this woman did is a result of her just being an evil, nasty person. It's all a result of people that shouldn't be here and her dealing with things that she shouldn't have to deal with. Things that she shouldn't have to deal with. That to me is so unbelievably clear. I don't know how you can possibly. I don't know how you can possibly even have an issue of any kind with what I'm saying here. I don't. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what I'm saying here. It is the most logical, the most common sense. It just is. There's no reason that we have to endure putting up with those type of people in the country that create these sort of problems, that pretend not to understand the language, that scam people out of money, create these fake GoFundMes. We shouldn't have to put up with the judges in that. Deport the judge. Like, these judges that feel, oh, I have some duty and obligation to protect the criminal. The woman was not the criminal in this. She was the victim. She was the victim. It was her stuff that was stolen. It was a Somali pedophile that approached her. The idea that in this story, that the Somali pedophile is the victim or the young black thief is the victim is so outrageous. It's so insulting to our intelligence. We know it's not true. We know none of this. It's bullshit. So I hope. I hope. That people finally wake up and start holding these people accountable. The judges, the prosecutors, the whole damn thing. It's genuinely insane. So let's take a look at some of these comments. It says, what the F is this? They're actually trying to put the N-word chick in jail. The defense calls a Rochester police detective who interviewed the father 10 to 11 days after the incident. The detective confirmed the father never once claimed he feared Shiloh Hendricks would hit his son. In fact, he never mentioned any fear of Shiloh doing anything during the entire interview. The judge had warned defense attorney Brian Corrales for contempt after he kept pressing the obvious point that GoFundMe is a well-known, verified... I mean, it is! It is a well-known, verified fundraising platform. Prosecutors tried to sell this as a simple open and shut case, claiming Hendricks' words were fighting words. What do you mean fighting words? Fighting words? And her... So you're trying to basically override the First Amendment of the United States. If they are fighting words, then you could classify anything as fighting words. Like, this is insanity. And her conduct disorderly. They insist it's about evidence, not emotion, while shamelessly leaning on the boy's alleged autism for sympathy. The defense made it clear the government is prosecuting a young woman for her language. Attorney Corrales rightfully called this the result of years of cancel culture run amok in America. He's correct. There's zero evidence Hendrick even knew what was stolen from the bag, let alone that the child was autistic. Corrales exposed how prosecutors are exploiting the boy's condition to manipulate the jury, which is absolutely true. But it apparently didn't work super well, because they said that, yeah, we don't find her guilty on that front, only the cameraman. The 6-member jury is now deliberating. It's disgusting. And you know what? This is going to continue. It's going to continue until there is a hunger and a drive to be as ruthless and brutal with the judges and people involved, these feminists. Until there is a hunger and a desire to be as brutal as possible with the people that defend this and advocate this and put this into the system, it's going to continue. They're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep allowing people to get away with things that they shouldn't be allowed to get away with. They're going to keep eroding society bit by bit. And ultimately, you're just going to have to sit there and take it. That's it. Until there comes a time where there is a will to hold these people accountable. And that day may come. And by the way, there's some people say nothing ever happens. Well, nothing ever happens until everything happens all at once. So I'm going to continue to make my videos and highlighting this and saying, I hope that what I'm saying here is normalized. I hope there is a mass of millions and millions of people that demand that this judge be basically tarred and feathered in public and flogged. Why can't we bring back public flogging? Why can't we bring back the stocks where people of good conscience can walk by and throw rotten vegetables at this judge? Like, we should bring back the stocks. We should bring back capital punishment. We should bring back these, seemingly barbaric punishments, but they worked because they were deterrent. But nowadays, you have a pedophile Somali who comes here and is at a child park for whatever reason and is now scamming people and stealing and manipulating and, I don't understand. And we have a justice system that is for anything but justice. You punished the woman that was the victim, and you allowed the animal who should be in jail or should be deported to make a ton of money. You should have seized every penny that this guy made. You should throw him in jail. You should make his life as miserable as possible. And the punishment, the process is the punishment, but the punishment is also the punishment. So that's my take on this. The Shiloh Hendricks case is insane. I hope they appeal. I hope they win. I stand by them. I'm not somebody that just goes out there and uses the N-word. But at the same time, I recognize the fact that in this situation, she did nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong. And if you think she did, if you think that she's the villain in this and everyone else is the hero, there's something deeply and profoundly wrong with you. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay, let me upload this to YouTube. See it. Okay. Okay, got that done. All right. Do we want to watch maybe just the highlights? That's an hour and 30 minutes. How long is this one? Hour 46. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Do we want to... Okay. Add that. Just give me a second and I'm... Okay. I just need a second. I was gonna do something else, but on the fly I decided to call an audible and do it a bit differently. Okay. I don't want to do the full interview. I want to get the highlights. Okay. Okay. So, it says, stupid judge, can't wait for this to be thrown out on appeal. Well, we hope. We hope that is the outcome. You know, that's what we're. Let's see. The letters. You said. Okay. All right. The from it's crime, we know who's committing. Okay. Let's say the income you made. Okay. Now, this may be the same clip. All right. I don't want to watch the whole thing because I'm sure it drags on in places, but we can watch this. Well, brothers, I'm going to be honest. This was a sit-down interview that I did not expect to see. We're going to be talking about Nick Fuentes sitting down and debating with Hunter Biden. Yeah, I couldn't have called this in 1,000 guesses. So apparently Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes sat down and it was something to behold. Now, I've seen a couple clips from this. And what strikes me is that Hunter Biden, he embodies the typical virtue signaling, just sort of low IQ, vapid sort of progressivism, which is that there's not really any substance to it. He says things by rote because they're what you're supposed to say rather than actually coming to those conclusions on his own. And you can see that Nick, who's used to dealing with people like him, which can be seen in the form of people like, Piers Morgan, that Nick is used to dealing with people like him, and I think handles him pretty well. Now, Hunter Biden can't control himself. He's, unlike Piers Morgan, he's not as professional. He starts talking over Nick because he has no impulse control. He's low impulse control. I don't know if it's just his Biden blood or if it's the drugs or whatever, but he genuinely has no ability to control himself and conduct himself in any sort of reasonable manner. He starts talking without actually listening. And Nick, to his credit, Nick is right about a lot of the things that he says. I don't agree with him 100% on any of these topics, but I think that he gets way closer to the truth than Hunter Biden is ready to hear. So we're going to watch a couple clips from this. The entire interview is on YouTube and on X, and I definitely recommend that you go give it a watch, give it a look. But we're going to take a look at some of these statements.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. In Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So who's
They
at
were
fault?
looting. They were looting and
Who's
carjacking.
they?
The criminals,
Yeah. Who are?
mostly black.
Nick, you know,
Is that not true?
yeah, maybe Nick.
You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? The reason that Hunter Biden asked this question, the reason that he says, "Oh, who's committing it? Who's doing this?" is because he wants Nick Fuentes to get to the part where he says it's majority black people. Because the moment that Nick says it's majority black people that are committing crimes, that is Hunter Biden or any Democrat's opportunity to say, you're racist. Oh, you're saying all, you're lumping them all in, socioeconomics. They are going to roll out the Rolodex of excuses and deflections and distractions and obfuscations. They are going to roll out their entire thesaurus of pejoratives and buzzwords and bullshit, because ultimately at the end of the day, they don't respect the black community enough to be honest. Nick is like, hey, get your shit together. We got a civilization here. And they call him racist for that because these people want to capitalize off of this group. They want to extract resources from these minority groups. They look at them in the same way that somebody playing like StarCraft will look at like a batch of resources. Like, okay, we have to mine this gas. We have to mine this crystal. We have to extract resources from it. You never give back to it. You only extract from it. That's why they do this. It's not because they actually care. It's not because they don't actually agree. They know what Nick is saying is correct. They know who the people who are committing the vast majority of crimes are. But they also know that in terms of their politics and their political power, they have to pretend not to know. And more than that, they're going to call anyone racist who dares to bring up the reality. Because they think they don't actually think that is the best way to help them, but they say that's the best way to help them. And they put that out there as though that's the best way to help them. And guess what? When there comes a time where a group is not mineral rich enough, if there's not enough minerals, guess what? They're going to move on. They're going to move on to another group. And then if that group, if maybe they claim some relevancy, they'll move back to them. But you have to understand, these Democrats like Hunter Biden, they don't give a shit. Hassan Piker, they don't give a shit. David Pakman, they don't give a shit. Destiny, these people don't care. They don't. It is all a means to an end to extract more power and resources and to get more stuff. But it is never about actually dealing with the problem, because I have never known a problem that can be dealt with by ignoring the problem and pretending that the solution is from another problem that has nothing to do with it. So.
Mostly black.
Nick. You know,
Nick, he's got, Nick, how could you say that, Nick? No, he knows that's true. He knows it's true, but he's doing this incredulity thing. Oh, Nick, I'm like, are you going to really do that again? No, I'm telling you. This is such a tired and ridiculous playbook.
no,
Is that not true?
He's got no response.
maybe, Nick.
Maybe? If it's maybe true and you don't know, why are you acting so incredulous? Like, if somebody gave me a piece of information that I didn't know, I wouldn't be like, oh my God. But no, if you don't know, you don't know, but you do know. As I got done saying, you do know. You do know what he's saying is true. That's why it makes you feel uncomfortable. Because you don't want to get in trouble.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know why you use the platform that you have to make that your target. Are you?
So he's not even going to try to contend with the argument. What he's going to try to do is he's going to, Nick, you're better than this. Why do you? He's not even going to try to contend with it. He's going to try to bypass it like Neo from the Matrix dodging bullets. Why do you use your platform to bring up this hatred and negativity? He's not even going to address what Nick said, which is true. So then you get to a difficult impasse where one person is willing to tell the truth and one person is willing to do anything to avoid having to acknowledge the truth.
You saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people?
Yes, that and judges that won't throw these people in jail, a system that defends them. Why don't you ask Irina Zarutska how she feels about black crime? Why don't you ask her how she feels about black crime and the system not throwing away the life of this absolute animal, who, by the way, should have been rotting in jail for the rest of his life? Why don't you ask her? Oh, you can't. She's dead. She was murdered by an animal. I'm like, why are you obfuscating? The only thing that you have to do in this situation is just be honest. That's it. You just have to be honest. You say, look, I understand. And you're right, Nick. The percentages are higher, but we in the Democrat Party, what we want to do is we want to focus on things that we feel are more constructive. And we feel that focusing on the criminal, like you could find a way, I wouldn't be very effective, but you could find a way to turn it to your advantage. But you never do. You never do. You always try to go, Nick, why do you use your platform for this? Well, maybe because he's tired of nobody telling the truth.
And it's black people that are doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time from an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops.
Oh man, the drugs and the Biden brain. Oh man, Hunter, hazy Hunter, half-wit Hunter. No. Hey, do you guys want to know an interesting fact? Do you guys want to know an interesting fact? Do you know that black people are 18.5 times more likely to shoot a cop than a cop is to shoot a black person? Did you guys know that? Are you aware of that? That black people are 18.5 times more likely to shoot a cop than a cop is to shoot a black person. Do you know how many black people? Why don't we look it up? Why don't we look it up real quick? In fact, crimes by rape. Why don't we look it up? See, we can. I'm sure we can find. Crimes by race. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we won't find it real quick. I thought I'd be able to just pull it up, but it's not the right website. I mean, there are plenty of websites, but there was a website that easily went through the statistics. Anyway, okay. We'll go back to watching that. But the fact is, this guy knows this. He knows the statistics. I mean, he's well aware of them. He knows the statistics. He's just not willing to engage with that. It's so ridiculous.
For decades.
That's
what are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not.
Nick,
What?
that's not true.
Nick, it's not true. It is true.
It's not true. Are
it
you
is.
saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans?
No.
Nick,
No, literally no. No. I'm so unbelievably stunned by the stupidity of Hunter Biden. I actually feel like I'm almost speechless, because Nick came and he was delivering like facts in an actual conversation. But apparently Hunter Biden doesn't want to have a conversation about facts. He just wants to let's see if we can find this. Okay. All right, here's a website. It says, state with the most fatal shootings is California. State with the least fatal shootings is Rhode Island. Average shooting per state is 37.8. Okay. According to the United States in 2025, police officers killed 1,278 people, and black people were almost 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. Of that 1,278, which, I mean, we know why that is. We're well aware of why that is. It says black people were 3 times more likely to be killed than white people in California this year. So 128. So of all the crimes that are committed, you mean to tell me that there's only 128? Like, you mean to tell me in the given year of 2025, there was only 1,278 people that were shot, and that includes people that were armed, people that were unarmed? That lumps everyone in together? Everyone lumped in together. Really? It says Los Angeles was number 1, San Diego and San Jose. Average age 80. Most common race of victim Hispanic. Interesting. Shots, most reason for response, shots fired. average age. Let's see. So that's California, Texas, Florida. Yeah, so in an entire state of millions of people, we have 151 shootings by police. This is 120. State with most fatal shootings. So, and then they talk about black people 3 times more likely. Well, it's probably because they're 3.5 times more likely to commit crime. It's not an all statement. It's just a reality. But he wants to pretend like tens of thousands of people are dying every year, especially black people, as a result of police brutality. And it's just not. And when you show people the actual numbers, they collapse.
You could grow up here, like I did, between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial dimension.
What do you mean you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here. You have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
I think
well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed to. You're right. We can talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys
Nick,
won.
You went from being banned on Twitter to being on YouTube to creating an entire show. I know you're not, but now you have Kick and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024. Because Donald Trump
I did in 24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so, what I want to know though is that I don't know how we get past this idea.
So, I mean, basically, Hunter Biden conceded. He admitted defeat on the topic, didn't have the statistics, and even if he did, wasn't willing to defend it, wasn't willing to back it up. He basically just gave up and went back to shitting on Trump. This is the typical regressive playbook. It's why these people have no solutions. They only can identify problems that they can make up and make worse. That's it. I just ripped off the Band-Aid. These people will find something that they think is wrong. They will elevate it to another level, meaning that they'll look at it and go, well, this is so bad. Tens of thousands of black people are being shot every year by police. What is the actual number for combined police shootings? 1,200 across the country. And, 3.5 times that are like of that number. They say 3.5 times as many black people are shot, but they don't give any context to that. So the number to them, they can make it whatever they want. I bet you if you polled the average Democrat, how many black people do you think die every year at the hands of cops? I bet you they would say probably 30,000, 40,000. I bet you they would. I bet you they would.
idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, because of, it's always other, Nick, with you, it seems to me. And I've listened to a lot of this.
Yes!
TT fun fact, on a per interaction basis, whites more likely to get the police pew-pew than black.
Yeah. I want to, first of all, I want to thank Heinrich for his donation, for his support of the channel. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. It's insane to me that we have to sit here and listen to this dreck, this garbage. These people are allergic to the truth. I want to listen to that one more time.
Is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people.
Yes, because the value of things is going insane because you are importing millions of people that should not be here. You are telling young white kids that they're evil, that they're bad. You are inventing a history that doesn't exist. You are stealing their culture, saying you don't even have a culture if you're white. You're not allowed to have a culture if you're white. If you're white, you're bad. You learn that from the womb to the tomb these days. You go to work, and the projects that you're working on is some androgynous fat character in a video game, or you turn on a movie and it's a female main character. She's a black woman and she's fighting against systemic oppression. You are told every day that you're bad for being white. Oh, by the way, we're going to bypass you for this job, either because you're qualified for the job, but there's somebody who's black or somebody who's brown who's more qualified and we want those diversity points, or at the lower level, it's because, there's an illegal in the country that's willing to do the job cheaper than you. So the corporation has all of the control. Not only that, but you want to talk about prices and inflation? Well, how about this? You import millions of people that shouldn't fucking be here from Nigeria, from Azerbaijan, from South America, from Chile, from Brazil. You bring people from the Caribbean, you bring people here from Mexico, and those are people that do not have any allegiance to America, and they don't care about you, they don't care about your birthright, they don't care about your citizenship. They come here illegally, corporations pay them, they take the lower class jobs, so you are fucked. And then on top of that, housing increases because these people, some of them, live with like 10, 15 people in a single household. So you can't compete on the house market, the healthcare system. These people don't pay for healthcare, so it's subsidized. So your taxes increase. Your food prices go up because, there are more people to buy, and you got to compete with them there. You get fucked every which way. And this guy's like, well, but are you really putting the blame all on black? Yes, because you allowed unfettered illegal immigration. Your father, the brain-dead retard auto pen president, and the Democrats allowed unfettered illegal immigration because they criminally and traitorously and illegally wanted to bring in a class of perpetual voter to maintain power. Now, if we lived in a reasonable society, they don't hang. We don't even talk about that anymore because, we're not allowed to. But it's treason what they've done. They have betrayed the American people. They've sold their birthright. They've sold their heritage. These people that are from America, by the way, this doesn't just affect white people. It affects young black men, young Hispanic men that were born in the country that are facing the same problems. When Trump says they're taking black jobs, he's not kidding. When you have some of these young black men that are looking to get into the workforce, you've got these older Hispanic illegals that are taking their jobs. So, yes, it is bad for every American to have illegals in the country. It is bad. It is part of the problem. It messes up the housing market. It messes up the groceries. It messes up healthcare. It messes up schooling. Funds that should have been for Americans are going to illegals. And that doesn't even include when these illegals get here, these Somalis, they're scamming. They're taking millions of dollars through all these nefarious schemes and backroom deals. So yes, these people are looking at this and going, not only am I dealing with this, but there's a political party that will try to destroy me for talking honestly about these issues. So what outlet do you think these guys are going to turn to? Do you think they're going to turn to you, who are just trying to appeal to them because you want more votes? You don't give a shit about them, just like you don't give a shit about anyone else. You're the one that caused the problem. You're the one that betrayed them. You're the one that sold their birthright. You betrayed them. And now you're going to lecture them on what they should or shouldn't do? Fuck you. You are a privileged, drug addict piece of shit. You are low IQ and you are ignorant. You are low impulse control. You have no idea about the problems that we're talking about or dealing with. And Nick is trying to educate you. And the only thing you can do is rehearse by rote these talking points that are so poisonously retarded.
Because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, before, remember, all of us, it was the Irish Catholics who all...
You mean like black people blaming police and white people for all their problems? You mean like black people who commit the most crime and provide the least value to our civilization? To be fair, the videos about LaQuisha getting in a fight with the cashier at a McDonald's because they ran out of chicken nuggets, it's very funny. But that does hurt our society and our civilization. But you mean black people blaming white people and cops for all of their problems? Is that the top? No, you're not talking about that blaming. That blaming you're okay with. You agree with that blaming. But when it actually comes to the truth and accurately identifying the problem, well, then you have an issue. You are a hypocrite. You are a liar. You are a fraud.
Or committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans. They were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture are you talking about, man?
You see what I mean? You're not even allowed to have a culture.
What
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What culture are you even talking about? This greasy, drug addict, cocksucking piece of shit. Literally he just demonstrated the problem in real time. And the reason why people like him need to be removed from civilization is because this guy will cause the problem. He'll help to cause the problem. And then he will get mad at you for identifying the problem and saying, I've had enough of this. This guy actually said, what even is white culture? White culture is America. It's the inventions that we made. This was a white European Christian nation. This was not a predominantly African nation with, people from all over the world. This was not a multicultural nation. This was a Christian nation that was founded by white European men who did something extraordinary, like never before. It had never been seen before in history what the white European founders of this country, who were Christians, what they did.
It's your white
How about
culture.
the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white culture?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So
yeah. So basically, it's so absurd. It's so absurd. Hunter Biden is looking for anything. Well, but George Washington Carver, get out of here.
What?
Because you're picking out one example. It really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place.
Yeah, it's because Hunter Biden won't shut the fuck up, and he's too stupid to realize how stupid he is.
Let's talk about it.
Well, let me respond to this, because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real.
Nick, shut the fuck up. You absolute crackhead loser. No, you have nothing to say here. You've been wrong. And you don't want him to respond because you know he's going to vivisect you. I don't even agree with Nick on a whole lot of stuff. But he's going to destroy you. You know that. Nick, what's his familiarity, first of all? You're just speaking in the familiar. Show some fucking respect. You know, I don't even like Nick Fuentes, but you're like, Nick, buddy, pal, yeah. Like, come on, see my point of view. No, you're just fucking wrong.
Here's the thing. That the way that you talk in facts to the civil rights movement in 1970 that we're in by
Nick,
a white...
You got to stand up for yourself more, Nick. You got to tell this guy to shut the fuck up.
Franchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And
yeah, they aren't, because they use it as a victim card to mask all the criminality and things that they do wrong. Who gives a shit about them? Like, genuinely, in this context, we shouldn't care about what you think, but we should care about what they think. Why? You're trying to sell this to Nick's audience, to young white men. Why should you give a shit what somebody who hates you and is causing the downfall and the decay of your civilization, why should you care what they think?
And I'll tell you what, Nick.
Get over it.
Nick,
it's America.
Yeah, true. Nick, you can say stuff like that.
He can, and he should.
People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago,
it's so crazy.
And I accept your apology for all the mean things you said about me.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I'm on my apology tour. Is that the one thing you did say?
Nick shouldn't apologize.
Said I was a degenerate crackhead.
True.
Me? And I have the problem with that. Not you.
Me?
Yeah. And
I also said you were cool, though.
Yeah. No. By the way, you said a degenerate crackhead, and you know,
which is true.
You know what? I'm not even mad about that, because I was a degenerate crackhead. I spent.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship light?
No, I actually have a lot of confidence, only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in.
Oh, God. Oh, man. That's so fucking embarrassing.
The House, because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say, you know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument, let's say the income you made during Biden was ill-gotten. For the sake of example,
it was.
It's just doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't even come close, doesn't even touch Jared Kushner, Howard Lutnick, Steve.
So this guy is. It's so interesting to me. Nick is correct on certain issues, but then there are other issues where he's just like Hassan Piker, where Israel and the Jews are the overriding thing, where this guy is willing to, he's willing to say, fuck you as an American. Fuck the immigration issue. Fuck all the things that Trump has done positive. We need to give control back to the Democrats. You know, the people that fucked up this country and made your life worse and basically brought civilization near to ruin. We need to put those people back in power. I look at that and I don't know if this is some sort of like, he's trying to be like some, 4D chess player where, oh, well, I'm going to say vote Democrat and then people are going to do the opposite. But Nick, no, never, ever. I would never vote for a Democrat again. I would never vote for a Democrat again. And this is why people call him the Fed, by the way. Because what he's saying here is so unbelievably ridiculous.
Steve Witkoff, Don Jr., Trump himself, it's just a different sport. It's a different game entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office. But I think it'll basically drag this administration to a halt. And then in 28, I think there's an opportunity for a clean reset.
You think so? You think there's going to be a clean reset? It's naive.
Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability?
I mean, just downplaying the criminality of the Biden administration, what an embarrassment it was. I just...
off entirely.
Is there anything that you think Trump can do to, like, regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No, it's over. People see what he's made of. And Hunter's right. He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massie.
This guy named Thomas Massie, there's something wrong with him. They just vote no. They love voting no. They think it's good politically.
You realize that if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party. Because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace. And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
what do you think happens, Nick? I believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that. I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? And what do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship?
Oh, I like the conversation, but there was a moment when he was telling me how inappropriate it is to make jokes about the Holocaust. It's so inappropriate and hurtful to the lived experience of people to say these crass things. And I understand where he's coming from. I get where that might be offensive. I know where that's provocative. But I told him, I said, there's bigger issues here. And you're still not listening. We're living in this country that's in free fall. We're living in the ruins of a once great civilization. We're trying to make light of it with the gallows humor, and we're being lectured about this rather than actually being listened to about how we want society to improve. So I do agree with him that now that I have a larger platform, I do have more of a responsibility. I agree with that in a sense, to choose my words carefully and to look at the bigger picture, maybe be a little less self-indulgent. But I think that what the Tucker Carlsons and the Jeremy Borings and even the Hunter Bidens, I think what they maybe failed to consider is that my message is resonating because I'm right. My message is resonating because people agree with me. It's because I'm saying uncomfortable truths that only because we now live in a culture of free speech, people are allowed to think about, talk about, listen to, laugh at, and hear. And maybe they don't like that, but that is the real reason why I'm popular. So it's a little patronizing is the word that I would use. And I don't necessarily throw that at Biden in particular, but I think that from the older generations, there's in general this kind of patronizing spirit that says, all right, sonny boy, we're listening. Tell us what we want to hear, which is that you're really just mad that you can't get a stinking job. You're mad because home ownership is too unaffordable. And
he's right. So I do agree with Nick on certain things. I do. I don't agree with him on voting Democrat. I don't agree with him on Trump. I think he's disastrously wrong on both of those. Now, to be fair, I have criticisms of Trump and his administration. I think that they're wrong, but Nick sort of goes with this, I'm either like with you or like we're going to go scorched earth. There's no real middle ground. And that's fine. I mean, that's his brand. He's very, very popular. Obviously, he has an idea what he's doing, but I don't agree with it. I don't think that's the correct. I don't think that's the correct way to go.
About 4 things that I really wish you would take. Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now.
Like what?
The cookies in the oven.
Well, it's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No, Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad.
I'm not mad.
Okay,
it's
I know. But okay. But you got to understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do.
Mm-hmm.
And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise you it does. When you can...
It hurts. It hurts, really. It hurts. Somebody made a joke and you're hurt. But, by the way, white people blaming other people that are the problem for being a problem, you can't do that. You can't be offended at certain things that you see. The vandalization of white culture. In fact, white people don't even have a culture. You can't complain about that. But you can complain about this other
Nick
thing.
plus other WN say vote Dem because they want accelerationism, but you don't build an empire from the ash, you lose all power and end up like South Africa.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is a huge mistake. I think Nick is making a huge mistake when he goes about, the accelerationism. I think that is a huge mistake.
Compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts, and you got to understand that. And
it hurts, and you got to understand that. No, that's their own personal issue. By the way, that's the same thing that you tell people who are white, who are bothered by the bastardization and vandalization of culture with race swapping and gender swapping and sexual orientation swapping. You tell them just to suck it up, that, oh, what's the big deal? It's not even that big of a deal. You tell them to shut the fuck up. But you're going to then lecture them about how they should care about the things that you care about. The answer is no.
by the way, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
And I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Okay.
You're right.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing, because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen.
They really are.
But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering,
he doesn't get it. Nick is explaining it to him, but there's an IQ difference here. There's an IQ. I don't know if it's due to brain damage, or like genuinely what's going on here, but there is a fundamental disconnect between Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes.
then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from a perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about left out or community. All pick up the ones we'll say.
Nick, you got to shut him up.
It was appropriate.
A second to respond to the first thing.
I know, I talk
Well,
constantly. That's how I.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
That's how I do this.
Yeah, that's how you do this, because you're a loudmouth, low impulse control idiot. That's how you've always done it. I don't know if it's the Biden blood or it's the drugs, the brain damage. But no, you have no impulse control. You have no ability to control yourself. You've been told things several times, and all you want to do is just talk. And Nick is just letting you get away with it, which I think is like obviously a bitch move. That Nick isn't really standing up for himself. He's sort of letting himself get run over. Not a fan of that. I think Nick should have done more to come out and be like, dude, you got to shut the fuck up and let me talk. Show some authority, show some command. Like, look at the way Nick is sitting and look at the way that Hunter Biden is sitting. Come on, you got to show more aura, Nick.
It's all good. I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well,
Dude, shut up. God, he just won't stop talking.
That's in a certain
provocative.
Let's let Nick explain.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh, it's so unbelievable.
I apologize.
It's that overbearingness that makes it funny, that makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become...
Nick, you could not be more wrong. We just did a story, Nick, about how a woman was found guilty in court for saying the N-word. Nick, you could not be more wrong. It is not mainstream. It is not normalized to say the N-word. You had a woman that was charged, that was prosecuted as a result. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I think that is... I think that is wrong, what he's saying here.
So commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out, and it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel, you want to be defiant, you want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? That joke?
No. In fact, we had Shiloh Hendricks, the story we just talked about. That was an eye-opener. Where you had her who's been found guilty in a court of law because she said the N-word in public.
Joke again. People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what makes you get less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over the top.
I think he's giving Hunter Biden too much leeway. I do. Giving him too much benefit of the doubt. But anyway, yeah, I think that's an interesting conversation. I don't, I'm glad we didn't watch the whole thing, to be honest. I mean, this video went really long, but yeah, I had a lot to say on it. Anyway, that's going to do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Let me upload this real quick. Let's see. Hunter. All right. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Okay. On that. We want to watch that. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. The hell is this?
Has once again it was brought to my attention that my favorite media critic and most media literate man in the world has once again stepped in to bat for and sweep things up for their friend Skitty Bitty. I'm pretty sick of this stuff, but I feel, sorry, in my heart, that it would be a good idea to go one last time. Try and hammer this into some heads. Because the cleanup campaign is so outrageous. In a publicly published post on Blue Sky, Anthony Gramuglia has told the world, so Skitty said on a livestream once that someone in chat who said they didn't have a credit card, that they could buy a Visa credit card to get into their Discord as a joke, but then pivoted to discussing how buying a Visa card can help someone out if their parents were homophobic and controlling. And that's literally everything. A joke turned into practical advice for living with an abusive parent. Textbook pedo jacketing. Almost everything in this statement is so beautifully, perfectly, carefully wrong. The very first thing said that it happened once. No, I spelled...
Whoa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hi everyone, Skitty here. As you know, I've been hard at work on my Breath of the Wild video. I'd say the script is about 75% done and I'm on track to finish it by the end of August at the latest. I'd love to keep my head down and continue work on the video, but unfortunately some internet drama has cropped up that bears addressing. On July 18th, Octorok Reviews released a video called What's Wrong with Skitty Bitty. The video is 42 minutes long, supposedly took a month to make, and details an alleged months-long harassment campaign that I've supposedly waged against Octorok Reviews in the months since the release of my Gerudo video in March. And if this video had been an honest recap of everything that had happened since that video was released, encompassing both of our behavior and ending with a sincere apology towards me and a call for me to take accountability, I would frankly be cooked. Fortunately for me, I guess, this video is not that. To be clear, it's true that there were times in the past few months where I've acted in ways I regret and said things I shouldn't have. I'll be addressing those things as they come up because I don't want to be the kind of person who can't admit when they make a mistake. The same cannot be said of Octo, whose video makes no attempt to accurately portray his own behavior and is completely—
Oh boy. What are we dealing with here? What are we dealing with?
His video, many of them do not show what he claims they do. I'm not interested in going through his video point by point and calling out every instance of him being dishonest or lying by omission. That's more effort than this issue deserves. But I also refuse to stay silent when my reputation is dragged through the mud by bad faith actors. So you can consider this video a sort of compromise. I want to set the record straight while wasting as little of both my time and yours as possible, so let's get into it.
An offensive Skitty Bitty.
This video comes out and talk about how all this is so uncalled for, where he was vague posting out my upcoming video revealing my true colors in some way. Here, his vague niceties when talking to me directly contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the video's release. To hear Octo tell it, I continued to relentlessly post about him while he stayed stone-faced and ignored it all, but that's simply a lie. He quote retweeted this post calling me a bully, which I quote retweeted in return saying that I was amazed by his persecution complex and apparent inability to introspect. I pointed out that he had been taking refuge in the handful of comments on his—
Okay, so yeah. Now the thing that's funny is I had seen recently, I had seen a video about this person having to do with The Legend of Zelda. What? The Legend of Zelda? Like it's unusual. That's unusual. So I guess Wow. Wow. Oh no. Wow. Okay. Well, should we watch? Should I was not expecting this. Should we by the way, let me just take a moment. Let me just take a moment to say thank you to each and every person that donated financially to the channel. This stream, I can't even begin to thank you. I just overwhelmingly gratitude. So thank you, my friend. I appreciate it more than you can know. Okay. Should we watch the video on Skitty Bitty? Okay, I'm going to run a poll on my YouTube community tab. You guys let me know what you think. Should we watch the video on Skitty Bitty? Should we see what's going on? We'll see. Okay, we got right now we got votes for yes. Okay, got to vote for no. We got right now it's 33% no, 67% yes. Okay. All right. Come on. We need at least one more vote. It says Doyle, you got to take her. Doyle says donate $500 for KOTOR. Heinrich says I will do it for $400. So Heinrich says that he will play the game for $400. Sounds like a win. Unless you're just trying to make me play it. You know? All right. So should we watch the video on Skitty Bitty? Right now, that number is overwhelming. It's overwhelmingly yes. So should we watch it? Should we take a look? You got to let me know in the YouTube. You got to let me know in the YouTube tab. Okay. No, the donate never works for me. I keep trying to donate and so you play it, but it never works. I'm sure. Oh, I believe you 100%. Yeah, I totally believe you. I totally believe that you're trying to give me $500 to play a game. Oh man, I wouldn't want. Honestly, $500 would be appreciated, but I wouldn't take that much money from you. I don't know what Skitty is, so I'll keep my vote. Okay, all right. So it seems like overwhelmingly people said yes. So. Okay. Well, brothers, we're going to be taking a look at a video that I honestly had no idea that I was going to be watching. You see, a couple of weeks ago, I was recommended a video from a Legend of Zelda content creator that goes by the name of Skitty Bitty. And it was like a 3-hour long exhibition on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So it was very unusual to see that this person would be involved in a scandal so soon after I, found their channel. So we're going to be taking a look and seeing what all of the issues are about. Now, full disclosure, I've had my issues with harmful opinions in the past. So I am going to be listening to what he says and understanding that there are some things that he'll probably say that are right and some things that he'll say that are wrong. But at the end of the day, I'm going to give him the benefit of explaining this and articulating the topic, and I'm going to do so as though I had never had any sort of bad interaction with him before, because I'm able to do that. I'm able to put aside any of my bad feelings and animus that I may have had, months or a year. I don't even remember how long ago it was. But frankly, I'm just going to listen to this and take it in as he's saying about it, and then we will do another video if it calls for it with the perspective of the person in question, because I did see that they put out their own video. So we'll take it from here. We'll take a look. And I say this because Harmful Opinions has done videos in the past where I know that they are exaggerated, where certain conclusions that he's made are ones that I don't necessarily agree with, and I don't think are fair. Even though some of the information that he showed is correct, he makes certain judgments that I just don't agree with. But that being said, I'm not just going to avoid a video because of that. I'm going to take a look and see, to make sense of this. We want to make sense of the situation.
For and sweep things up for their friend, Skitty Bitty. I'm pretty sick of this stuff, but
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I'm gonna do another intro. I'm gonna take it in. I'm not feeling well as it is. Brothers, I'm going to be putting... Bleh, give me 1 second. All right. Brothers, I'm going to be putting aside any past animosity or issues that I've had with Harmful Opinions to do this video talking about a content creator named Skitty Bitty. Now, I didn't know anything about this content creator until about a week ago or so. There was a recommendation that I watched their video on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and how bad it was. But other than that, I'd never heard anything about this person. And so the only reference that I have of them is in the Legend of Zelda fan community. So I'm very interested to see what this is about. So anyway, without further ado, Harmful Opinions, take it away.
Attention that my favorite media critic and most media literate man in the world has once again stepped in to bat for and sweep things up for their friend, Skitty Bitty. I'm pretty sick of this stuff, but I feel, sorry, in my heart, that it would be a good idea to go one last time. Try and hammer this into some heads, because the cleanup campaign is so outrageous. In a publicly published...
Oh my gosh. Gramuglia. So, oh my gosh. This guy, yeah, okay. I didn't realize that Skitty Bitty person was in coordination or had anything to do with Anthony Gramuglia. This guy I've had issues with in the past because this is a person that, has said things that are untrue about me personally, but more to the point, is somebody that defended Otterly Noah. So, you guys, if you're new to the channel, you may not know who Otterly Noah is, but Otterly Noah is a furry that had he had an otter, Tron avatar. Very weird, very degenerate, into like some of the most just debased groups. And he had a big issue with my channel because I talked about wokeness in video games. And, he was the anti-woke commentator. Turns out the guy was a plagiarist, a serial liar, somebody that threw his own artist under the bus, just a genuine piece of shit. And it was through him that I was, introduced to other people in the furry community. Never wish that happened, but, sort of, that was a thing for a while where the furries were coming after me. And one of them, I'm not saying that Anthony is a furry, but he was one of the people in that orbit that apparently decided to come after me. But I'm very interested to see what Anthony is doing here. I was not expecting to see this guy. This guy, when I see him, I immediately am dubious about some of the claims being made, or I'm immediately cautious. Oh boy. What have I gotten myself into?
Post on Blue Sky, Anthony Gramuglia has told the world, so Skitty said on a live stream once that someone in chat who said...
Oh yeah, I mean, Blue Sky. Why would any of you unironically use Blue Sky? That is just... Anyway, yeah, I mean, you can use whatever platform you want, but it's kind of crazy. Anyway, so here's what it says. So Skitty said on a live stream once, somebody in chat who said they didn't have a credit card, that they could buy a Visa credit card to get into their Discord as a joke. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they didn't have a credit card, that they could buy a Visa credit card to get into their Discord as a joke, but then pivoted to discussing how buying a Visa card can help someone out if their parents were homophobic and controlling. And that's literally everything. A joke turned into practical advice for living with an...
as a joke! Hey guys, I want to groom children, but as a joke. As a joke, as you do, you joke about that, right? What a knee slapper. What a knee slapper that you would say as a joke that you want to buy a gift card to well, first of all, like, why are you putting your Discord behind a paywall? I mean, that's first of all. Why is your Discord behind a paywall? But second of all, why are you trying to invite people that are underage in there against their parents' consent? That's the important thing. Can help out if their parents were homophobic or controlling. I hope that their parents are homophobic. I would hope so. To keep their children away from degenerates like you guys. I would hope so. I mean, that's great. But there are predators and perverts and groomers on the internet that genuinely want to prey on and take advantage of children in this way. And if this is true, that this person had, been trying to give this person... See, here's the thing. There have been other incidents that I've been against that I've thought were wrong, where you have, a Discord like Leaflet or Nuxtaku. I've said on multiple occasions I thought that they handled that badly. I didn't think that they should have a Discord with anything 18 plus, which is why my Discord, we don't have 18 plus. We don't have a place for you to just go and post pornography or anything of the sort. So for me, if somebody under the age of 18, which, we have a general rule that, you should be 18 plus, but even if somebody younger were to get in there, there's no, there's no pornography. There's no anything like that would be, under, and I think that's the way that most people should be. No, I think that should be the general rule. I think that should be the way that it is, personally. And I think that is frankly, I think it's the only correct way to do it. But then again, I don't run every Discord. So I can only be I can only be in control of my own Discord. And that's what I try to do. So what I want to talk about real quick. What I want to talk about is it's this person saying help someone out if their parents were homophobic and controlling. By what right do you have to step in and say, you know what? I'm going to supersede a parent. I'm going to determine what's best for them, what's right for them. By what right do you have to do that?
Abusive parent Textbook pedo jacketing. Almost everything in this statement is so beautifully, perfectly, carefully wrong. The very first thing said that it happened once. No, I spelled this out myself already, but let's go through it again. Very, very, very slowly, and with a bit more detail because these people thrive on wiggle room. I'll censor the kids' names this time as a courtesy when previously I was just censoring the usernames. This is pretend OPSEC, because if I even quote Skitty Bitty, you are equally far away from having all the information as you are if I have their name on my video, from an OSINT perspective. The place you have to go to identify them and their accounts is controlled by Skitty Bitty. I can't do anything about that. So let's look at the two examples I already mentioned, and I'm going to dumb it down as far as I can. Really spell things out. These people seem to have an issue where they can't hold a lot of information in their head at the same time. So instead of just talking about it generally, I'll present it as a story. A little bit more of a chronological approach to why it looks so weird to me. Here's the tale of Kid 1. This kid was a regular chatter, and Skitty took a little bit of personal interest in them.
GRR. Why Messiah Harvey Milk took in underage runaway boys, they all do this, that ant guy was not joking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Harvey Milk. Yeah, man, what a creep. By the way, thank you for your donation, my friend. I appreciate your support. Appreciate it more than you can know. Thank you. But yeah, I think that a lot of these people, they do run cover for some of the stuff a little more than I would like, especially if you're just admitting that you think that it's morally justified to do that if the parents are homophobic. Like, if the parents are homophobic, there's probably good reason for it. By the way, there's no such thing as homophobia. There is rational, reasonable disdain for something that is sinful and degenerate.
Would engage and ask a little bit about their life.
Oh, he's got siblings. Are you the youngest? Or you have a little bit of youngest sibling energy, I'm not gonna lie.
Nothing horrible. If I'm gonna be a total tight ass, I think information extraction should be at an absolute minimum. I'm just showing there's a growing familiarity and a really strong awareness that this person is quite young.
My childhood, and you are a child.
Over the months, this kid's age would come up many times in the stream, and the way they're referred to would shift from being a child to being Skitty's child.
Is up there. It is my child.
Okay. Okay, that's weird. However, I'm going to reserve, okay? Because I know that there have been people that have taken me out of context and people that have used clips that have tried to make me look bad. So listen. We're just starting out. That doesn't look good. Okay? That really doesn't look good, but we're gonna withhold judgment.
Be nice to. That's my son.
Maybe to you that's just a cute thing to do on stream, an adult streamer referring to a specific kid viewer as their child. For my taste, that's a bit iffy in terms of encouraging parasocial feelings and whatnot. I start to get a little bit further put off when I hear slips like this. Talking to someone else, they reference Kid 1.
You played a lot of the Nintendo Land and Pikmin attraction as a kid and teen. Are you telling me you're not a teenager? I was sure you were one of my friends about age.
All right.
I say friend, one of my fans about age.
Just a slip of the tongue, friend, fan, both start with F. How about when Skitty told the stream that they see this kid in their dreams?
Dream Bonanza was already out. Famous chatter was there. I don't remember why. Have I reached peak YouTuber status when my chatters begin to appear in my dreams?
I think this is pretty much the final boss of encouraging parasocial feelings in
when your chatters appear in your dreams. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird. I mean, it's not the worst thing, but it's pretty weird. Like I don't come on here. All right, guys. Oh man, I had this crazy dream. I dreamt that I played Knights of the Old Republic because Doyle kept damn near begging me to every day $500. I dreamed I got $500 and I played KOTOR. And it's like, yeah, okay, like, but I mean, even in that scenario, you're not talking about a kid. You're not talking about people that are like underage. So Yeah, I do think this is I do think this is a little bit weird. I do.
Kid viewers, I would ask you to imagine me identifying repeatedly in my streams a young teen viewer, starting to call them my child, and then talking about how I see them in my dreams. From my perspective, that's pretty nuts. And this kid was one of the individuals advised on the Visa gift card strategy. After Skitty promos their Patreon and private Discord, this kid asks, what if I only have physical money?
What if you only have physical money? Buy a Visa gift card and then use that money to get a Patreon.
Unlike the other example we'll look at.
Why is your Discord behind the paywall? That to me is extremely weird.
Yeah, this one is not specifically about bypassing parents, and it's actually the other elements before that I think get really weird. However, I should mention that while the other example we're going to look at today was directed at another kid in the chat, Kid 1 was present while that advice was given. What I've just shown you is the second time they've heard that advice from Skitty Bitty, and the first time they heard it was in the context of making sure your parents don't know. The second time you can try and play off as, oh, it was just an off-the-cuff hee-hee-ha-ha joke with nothing further around it. The first time that kid that Skitty is very, very weirdly parasocial with in their streams, I don't think you can do that with. So here's our second story. Kid 2. As I've pointed out before, Kid 2 is even younger than Kid 1. Skitty is well aware of this and inquired about it 4 days prior to the incident we're going to talk about next.
I mean, if he says he's not 11, he must not be.
Listen, he said he's younger than is 14.
In March last year, this kid tells Skitty Bitty that their parents would kill them if they knew who they were watching. Personally, my reaction would be, good to know. Banned. Skitty, however, decides to challenge this.
Your parents would kill you if they knew who you were watching. Why would they do that?
The kid responds by saying, my parents are homophobic extremists, mostly my mom. Off the back of that, Skitty says, I'm sorry about your parents. Hope you can hold in there until you get out of there or they improve. It's good you're being exposed to people your parents tell you to hate, especially me, because I'm cool.
I'm glad to hear that you are immersing yourself in a media environment where you can be exposed to the kinds of people that you're told that you need to hate, because...
Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Who are you, freak, to tell somebody else, their kid, that there's no valid reason, so they should be exposed to people like you? Absolutely fucking disgusting. Like, the other stuff, I think is bad. This, I think, is by far the worst thing that I've heard. You are actively encouraging kids to seek out being groomed because their parents disagree with a lifestyle that you apparently hold very valuable. It's gross. It's weird. It's not right.
Because I would say that gay and trans people are actually pretty cool.
Not if they're actively trying to go after kids. No, they're absolutely not. And it seems like you're a little too comfortable with kids. Like most trans people, you think that you have the right to somebody else's kid. And that's weird. And that's not right. You should not feel comfortable trying to impose anything on somebody else's kid. You have no right to do that. And if you want to talk about violence against trans people, that is the speedrun strat. To do it when you start messing with other people's kids. I would encourage you to stay away from kids. If you want to be a trans freak, if you want to be like one of these far left LGBTQ Frankenstein's monsters that looks like some sort of gargoyle, fine. But stay away from the kids. Don't bring the kids anywhere near what you're doing.
At least in my experience, when it comes to me, I'd say I'm pretty cool. I'm sorry. But I hope that you can hang in there until you are able to get out of there. And or I hope that they get their skit together.
You need to not forget that the dynamic here is an online entertainer talking to a child in their audience directly, giving a vulnerable person validation in front of an audience. Perhaps now feeling encouraged, the kid overshares wildly in the public chat, saying, "They love me, but I don't feel loved, which is sad. It's complicated. Maybe I'm just spoiled. I don't know." Very sad if true. Maybe a moment to say like, "Hey, you're not in trouble, but you need to cool it in this public chat. Here's some stuff that might help you if you're having real trouble." Instead, we do get some intervention, but not that. 10 minutes later, after a plug of the Patreon and private Discord, Kid 2 says, "I would join the Patreon, but I don't have a credit card, so..." And Skitty, having just 10 minutes earlier expressed their happiness that Kid 2 has found them as an influence away from their parents, specifically them, says this.
Anyway, I mean, if you want to join the Patreon, but you don't have a credit card, what you should do is you should buy yourself a Visa gift card at a store. I'm joking mostly.
Hesitation.
But, I'm actually not really joking.
And then the full send, the full commit. It is broadened and then explained it can be used for other things, but it is still talking about that.
If you
There's something oddly diabolical about one of these LGBTQ freaks playing a children's game, like, Legend of Zelda's game for kids, playing a children's game as a way to lure a younger audience in, which they're then going to try to prey on and sexualize and groom. There is something pretty diabolical and sinister about that. I'm not a fan of that. Not at all. I did notice that. That is something, you could say, well, they're just a fan of The Legend of Zelda. Well, yeah. But you notice that other content creators like, well, I don't know, Point Crow or Small Ant or, some of these other guys in the Zelda community, you notice that they don't do live streams like this. You notice that they don't do live streams like, "Hey, little kid, you should definitely go." I'm joking, but I'm not joking. You should go to the store and buy a card so that, like, at least not to my knowledge. If they have, let me know. But to my knowledge, this is a unique experience in the worst possible way. That's pretty wild. I didn't know that this situation was going on.
You are a child and you have crazy homophobic parents and you need to buy anything, really, you should buy a Visa gift card because you could just spend that on anything. You can do that.
Skitty Bitty moves on to talk about their use of weed. Kid 2 is still talking about the payment thing though, and it's made crystal clear, contrary to some claims, that this was not merely about how to pay if you don't have a card. It is specifically about dodging parents' awareness. Kid 1 is the person in red here, by the way. The one Skitty claims to have dreamt about, and who they would also advise on the same method of joining their Patreon and entering the private Discord 3 months after this. I think there's a little bit more to this than a joke turned into practical advice for living with an abusive parent. No, Anthony, they were talking directly to a child who had just told them minutes earlier that their parents didn't even want them watching, because they are that supposedly hypothetical person. No matter how much anyone wants to try to spin it, a streamer becomes aware of someone in their chat saying their parents don't want them to watch, that is pounced on, and within minutes they're giving advice on how to get into a private space they control. I'm sorry, that is reality. A streamer immediately shit-talking a young viewer's parents, reinforcing this idea, suggesting it's going to be good when they can get away from them, or when they change, to be fair, on the back of 2 messages, specifying it's not even necessarily both of their parents. Yeah. Then, not providing resources, not even just providing access to that private Discord for free, for instance, which would still be weird, but giving advice on how to do an act that their parents wouldn't like, that the stream...
I think it's far more, like, from my perspective, I think it's far more weird that they charge money, because I think that the charging of money, I think, is a way... This is my speculation. I've never seen this guy's or this girl this thing freak. I've never seen this person Skitty Bitty's Discord, but that makes me very, very, very apprehensive, because that is another level to protection other than just privating the Discord. So not only are you're trying to profit off of these young kids, You're trying to funnel them into your Discord where who knows what goes on. Because you're actively saying, "Oh, I want to create a space that kids can come here, that they can bypass their parents." Like, that is fucking off. That is fucking off. As I say, that is just off. It's rotten. You donkey. It's just, listen. I said at the beginning, there are certain videos that I don't agree with, harmful opinions. This guy is not a fan of mine. So I'm not doing this to ingratiate myself with this person. But I am grateful that they are doing this video, because I would never have heard about this. And this person is somebody that had been watched by other people in the Zelda community. And so I think this is horrendous. I think this sort of attitude, I think it needs to be exposed and it needs to be destroyed. And by the way, it's not just people that I disagree with, LGBTQ. I've said this across the board. I didn't like the way that some of these people went after Nuxtaku because I didn't think that they were being fair. I didn't think they were being genuine. I think that they did it because they didn't like him for various reasons. Maybe his defense of Tectone, maybe things that he's done in the past. I didn't feel that they were being fair, but at the same time, I always agreed that what was going on in those discords was wrong. And thankfully, both of them, Leaflet and Nuxtaku, both fixed their issues, which I think is great. I think it speaks a lot to them. I don't know if this person, Skitty Bitty, is going to change anything about their Discord, but I hope that they do. And I hope, I don't even know what you would say to that. You're an LGBTQ activist that's once again trying to groom kids. I mean, at this point, it's a tale as old as time. You know? It's crazy.
Streamer would then know about a shared secret creating a special kind of connection. We are in beyond red flag territory. The edgier than thou fella accused me of fear-mongering about private spaces, suggesting the implication was, ooh, what could be going on in there? And I don't think I made it clear enough. Yes, something bad can happen anywhere. The question is, if a kid has a YouTuber enticing them to further and further rebel against their parents directly, if something bad does happen, who can they tell? The strategy of creating a wedge, creating a barrier like this, or attempting to, that would mean they'd hesitate to tell their parents about what they've been doing, is classic predatory behavior. I'm sorry if you don't like to hear that. Oh, and there's a particular term I think I should share that stuck in my mind from when I talked to a person I used to know from my caring days. I wasn't a carer for kids. My clients were people with spinal injuries, but I knew she was all on this stuff, you know, not on the web. But the term she used was boundary testing. And apparently that combined with any sort of push to get that person into a more private venue is like, fuck no, red alert. I got radicalized. Anyway, that's probably going to be all. Nothing else to say, but I see such fucking crazy sweeping. Gotta say something, at least one more.
Yeah, well, thanks for highlighting that and talking about it. It's very weird. And Anthony Gragmulia, whatever your aunt, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself. You should. You constantly demonstrate the worst judgment of almost any content creator I've ever seen. You have so many opportunities to, just like do the right thing instinctually, but your instincts are all wrong. Your instincts are to defend the worst of the worst. That is what your instinct is, and you need to reflect on that. You need to go to church and reflect on that. You need to examine why. Why do you feel the need to constantly defend the people that are obviously in the wrong? And not just defend them, but you have a situation like this, and it's sort of like the situation with Utterly Noah. You're taking something that is so obviously bad that is going to lead you down a bad path, and you are just putting your whole chest behind it. I don't understand that. I don't get it. There's no logical consistency to that. You should be somebody, like, maybe if we were to be extraordinarily generous, maybe he hadn't seen any of the clips, okay? Maybe he hadn't seen any of the clips from Harmful Opinions videos. Like, I don't know if that's the case, but if we were to be extremely generous, maybe that's what we could say. But no matter how you want to look at it, that was pretty bad. That was pretty horrible. And so I hope that this person gets called out by a bigger content creator and isn't allowed to just continue doing this sort of content where you're casually inviting kids. Now, I imagine that most of this person's stream is probably not like that, but we don't give a pass just because, oh, well, 95% of your content isn't grooming kids. No, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. Okay. I need to take a break for a moment. It's very important that I take a break. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I need a moment. I'm going to turn on some music.
Stone cold morning, sky like iron, hearts like ash, chains on every doorway, shadows where the brave men crashed. Blood red banners over fields of broken vows. Every whispered prayer feels lost inside the howling sound. But in the garden, earth begins to shake. The darkest kingdom feels its pillars break. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your wounds our debts undone, we live because you rose as one. 3-day silence, hell sings loud, it thinks it's won. Serpents feasting on the shame of what we've done. Then that boulder rolls like thunder from its track. Every curse we carry cracks and turns to burning wax. Angels shouting, steel wings scrape the sky. Hell's own citadels crumble as you rise. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Oh yeah, call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your blood our chains come loose, we live because you rose. You rose. I was marching with the dead, rust on soul and rust in head. You broke ranks and took my place. Hammered nails, a traded fate. Every lash, every lie laid on you so I could rise from the pit and into light. Clothed in armor made for fight. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, calling my forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. Now we roar this battle hymn. You rose and dragged us out of Three shadows.
All right. I'm just looking at chat. It says, TT about to drop bombs, leaving the toilet looking like the Gaza Strip. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. I shouldn't laugh. It hurts. Oh, man. That's really funny. Oh, gosh. Ugh. Yeah, I feel terrible. Is playing KOTOR. Oh man. All right, let's see. Give me 1 second. Where? Okay, where is...
Okay. If I told you when you were a kid.
Let me take a look.
Turn your camera on and off. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Wait. Okay.
Okay, you're good. If somebody can have, okay, do you believe that somebody?
What's the next one? Let me write that down. Okay. 39:45. I am gonna write that down. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. Here we go. Brothers, Sneeko is having a generational crash out, and it's very fascinating to watch how he just unravels in real time. The other day, Sneeko decided that he was going to dunk on Elon Musk. He was going to let him have it in a tweet, and it didn't exactly go as planned. So here it is. So Elon Musk posted former trillionaire, because Elon Musk has lost money as a result of SpaceX stock. And he says, I'm a former trillionaire as a joke. And Sneeko responds with current pedophile. Okay. Here's what's wrong with this. I mean, obviously you can say that's a gross defamatory statement, but the entire purpose of this was Elon Musk describing himself. So therefore, this statement, by logic, would be Sneeko describing himself. And in this particular photo, I have a confession. Cuties is my new favorite film. Okay. So that is something that we just added here, just to paint the full picture of how ridiculous this really was. But that's not where we're going to end it. Sneeko, what I will say is just leave the dunking to other people. You're not very good at it. Like this probably played well in your head. You're probably like, wow, I'm going to dunk on Elon Musk, but it made you look really bad. But we're going to talk about the debate. This is the debate that people think of when they think of Moist Critical and Sneeko. They had a debate against, about the age of consent, where Sneeko was against the age of consent and Moist Critical was for the age of consent. Now, you would think in this situation that there is no possible way that Moist Critical could lose. That it's an automatic win. Because when somebody is legitimately arguing against the age of consent, that's an L. We have in Western civilization, we've determined that 18 is when you are considered an adult. And it is at that age and no earlier that you have the right to choose who you want to engage in sex with or marry. So, child marriages, that sort of thing, we view that as barbaric. That is not a Western tradition. So, having said that, I have a couple timestamps that I want to go through this. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's 2 hours long. But I do think this is rather interesting, and I think it's something that people need to hear.
Okay, you're good. If somebody can have, do you believe that somebody can go through hormone therapy? Can they change their gender if they're a child?
I think that's totally fine as long as everyone is consenting. As you agree with.
Okay, so as long as everyone...
If your parents are okay with it, and you are okay with it, I think that's totally a family decision to make, yeah.
Okay, so a child can cut their penis off and take hormone blockers and change their biology forever, but they can't get married?
Well, that's a decision that now extends beyond the family, because now you're bringing in a different party. So if you...
So you sort of see the problem here. Moist Critical is running off of progressive atheistic morality, which is to say immorality. And so in his world, morality is basically what the consensus comes up with. And unfortunately for him, when he's not in a hug box, he's walked right into a trap, which, by the way, this is one of the most glaring traps anyone's ever seen. Like, this is obvious that he's going to use this when Sneeko is arguing against the age of consent to say, well, you believe in, mutilating kids. Why wouldn't you allow them to get married? Well, the correct answer is we don't want them to get married and we don't want them to transition. That is the sane, moral, logical position. But Moist Critical cedes all that ground by immediately coming out and saying, well, I wouldn't have a problem with children transitioning. Really? You wouldn't have a problem with kids saying, I feel like I'm the other gender. I'm going to take all these puberty blockers and I'm going to castrate myself. Like, no.
You have someone that's your age coming in saying, I want to marry that child. I don't think that can happen under any circumstance.
So, but it's still a personal decision. You're still deciding.
Because there's
take the other party out of the equation. It's a personal
decision.
If I'm 16 and I personally want to marry this girl, she's beautiful. She's 21 years old. Her family wants to do it. My family wants to do it. You're saying I can't do that. We're both consenting. I'm ready to go. I'm physically mature, but I'm not allowed to marry because Moy says that woman's a pedophile. But if then the next day I leave it, I'm depressed, I want to cut my penis off, I can go right into the clinic, snip it off, and start taking HRT like Chris Tyson. That's a society that makes sense to you?
It is. I believe everyone has I believe everyone has the right to do with their body.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. So the correct answer is, well, Sneeko, no. No, because that's obviously immoral. We don't affirm transitioning kids at all in any way, shape, matter, or form. And also, we don't want children to be able to get married. So both of these are the standard default position of the West. We think the age of consent is good, and we don't want to transition kids. But Moist Critical, in this moment, infamously, made that blunder and gave all of this ground to Sneeko where he's just going to tap dance all over his face. It's crazy. Now, Moist Critical does have the correct position on age of consent. He does. He's correct. But he completely fumbles it by taking an even a more immoral position are allowing kids to be chemically and physically castrated and groomed into this lifestyle.
What they want to do.
Okay, but so everyone has the right to do with their body, but not when it comes to a sacred marriage where they have kids, where they add to society.
That's no longer just you.
That is your body.
Bringing someone in.
Okay, you're still bringing in the doctor to use the scissors to snip off your penis.
He's not there for the rest of your life. He's not constantly there at your fucking house monitoring you.
You don't need to be there. You're not glued to your wife. You're not there like Siamese twins.
It's an irreversible decision, Charlie. It's an irreversible decision. You are sterilizing yourself. Yes, it is actually, unfortunately for you, it's more irrevocable than a marriage. A marriage can be annulled. You transitioning cannot be. If you chop off your balls to transition to become a woman, you're not getting those back.
You are a 16-year-old. You are entirely reliant on this adult that you've now brought in.
No, you're not. You can tell parents, maybe I'm making my own money. I'm not relying. If I'm 16 and I marry a 21-year-old and I'm making a lot of money and I'm doing well and I'm independent, I'm not relying upon her. Not only that, the person that you just put through transgender therapy, now they need to go to therapy once a week. Now they need to go to the pharmacist once a week. Look how many people are involved now. Now they're going to therapy groups. Now they're online. They're making YouTube videos. They're in a Mr. Beast challenge. This person is relying on so many people, and they also have. You're cutting out again. You're cutting out. Chad, is it me or him?
Nah, it's Charlie. Come on.
Makes sense. Because you said it's because you're relying on other people. But I've established that a trans person is relying on the pharmacist, is relying on the therapy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say relying. I said you are making a personal decision yourself. You are making a decision for you. When you are making a decision about marriage, you're bringing someone else in that is now not just you.
Just because you're bringing someone else in does not change the fact that it's a personal decision. Marriage is it's consent. It is deciding yes, regardless of the other person. But it's still a personal decision.
Can't possibly wrap their head around this adult that has been preying on them. Like, I don't know why you can't see that. A 16-year-old can't be making this decision on this adult who is convincing them that I am the right choice for you for life.
Right. But a 9-year-old boy can go into a clinic and decide that doctor, that 40-year-old doctor, can cut my penis off?
If that's a decision he and his family wants to make.
Oh, man. It's not good.
It doesn't bother me.
Okay. So then why is it that bringing someone else into that marriage, why does that then make it wrong?
Because it could be an adult with a child, which is that is an unacceptable dynamic under every possible circumstance.
In the doctor's office, in that gender therapy forever, it's still an adult and a child cutting off the penis, Moist.
You are not living with that fucking doctor. You have made it.
You're living with the decision. You're living with what that doctor did to you forever.
You're living with the decision of that doctor.
No, Charlie, no, you got me. No, Charlie. Oh, gosh. It's so bad. Oh, Charlie. Oh, he's got Moist. He's got Sneeko agreeing with me. Oh, no.
To cut the penis off. It's still living with the decision of another person, too.
And that's life. You live with decisions.
And that's life. That's life. You gotta live with your own consequences. Oh, man.
Some people might regret it, sure. But with this marriage with an adult, that is a decision that is now, once they are in your life, it can be out of your hands. You can have this adult come in and just start beating the shit out of you. You can have all kinds of things. When you're with getting your penis cut off, you have made a decision.
Okay, wait, you're saying you can get beat up? You can still get beat up out of marriage.
You absolutely can.
Oh, gosh. This is so bad. I can see why Charlie doesn't debate anymore.
But a child is never going to be thinking about things like that because they can't. A child can't consent to marrying an adult.
So why is a child smart enough to decide that he's now a woman that needs puberty blockers and cutting his penis off, but he can't decide upon marrying somebody that he's in love with?
How does he know he's in love with them?
It's a feeling. It's something that you know. You talk to your family, you decide. How does a child
being in love with an adult?
Yes, I talk to
a sensible family.
Yes, I'm 16. I meet a 21-year-old woman. I say, "Mom, Dad, I'm in love with this girl. I want to marry her. I feel like I'm in love. She's the right person for me. I want to do it." She's like, "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone's good. But a 9-year-old could say, "Mom, Dad, I want to cut my penis off," and you're going to say that's good. But a 16-year-old who feels in love, who's ready to commit, who's financially independent, that person cannot get married.
A 16-year-old will never be financially independent. A and B.
Oh, that's a weak argument. Man, this is such a... I think more people need to see videos like this because it's just... Like, Moist Critical was taking this position that is so indefensible. It's crazy.
Oh, you should see my whole team. You know how many? Do you know how many people that I work with that are financially ready?
You work with a lot of 16-year-olds?
Yes, I do.
Financially ready?
I work with the person who runs my Telegram. I have clippers. I have a lot of teenagers who are making more than my professors. They are ready. They're mentally, these people are mature. They're boxing every single day. They are more mature than a lot of the 24-year-olds I know that I went to school with that are still in their hometown doing nothing, eating popcorn every day, and cutting their dick off like you believe. These people are ready to go because maturity changes for different people. For you to decide that a kid can cut his penis off but he can't get married makes absolutely no sense, and that's a society that crumbles. That's a society that allows them next to your incest.
The society that flourishes is the one where a 14-year-old can marry someone in their 20s. Nico. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Marriage is how society progresses because you need to create more life. Marriage, children should only be within a marriage. They should only be conceived within a marriage where they're not going around sleeping with different people, where they're not confused, where they're not a part of the community that has the highest suicide rate. They should not be a part of that. I want to be in a society full of happy married people that are ready to have children, that are God-fearing.
Those happy married people are sometimes in your world 14, 15, 16 years old.
Absolutely. If they are ready,
that's so fucked
if they are ready to get married to...
I just, man. And man, it's so bad. Oh, Charlie, Charlie's like, it's over, Sneeko. I have the high ground. Sneeko's like, yeah, but what if you didn't? And Charlie's like, you're right. And he just jumps headfirst into the lava.
But see, you're so hung up on the fact that it could be an older person. Okay. If a 16-year-old is fine, what if a 16-year-old meets another 16-year-old in a place?
We've already gone over that.
Okay. If 16, in a place where the age of consent is 16, which is most of the country, right? Let's go off that. There's no Romeo and Juliet laws. Two 16-year-olds meet, they want to fuck. Can they do that?
In a place where the age of consent is 16, if it's two 16-year-olds, yeah, absolutely.
Can they get married?
That's never what we've been talking about.
Can they get married?
If it's illegal for them to marry at 16, sure they can.
No, it's not.
That's
in America, you have to be 18 to get married.
Then wait. Then they should wait.
Okay,
yeah.
so they're both pedophiles?
What the fuck? No, there's no adult in that situation. They're both the same age.
The point that, see, this is where it goes back. The point I'm making is that you cannot follow the law. You cannot rely upon the government on these arbitrary numbers. The reason you believe in 18 is because you live in America right now where the age is 18. If you lived
you do too, though.
No, I don't.
You just said it. You wouldn't. So you don't believe it's 18. So you're gonna go fuck a 15.
This is not my personal preference, Moise. It has nothing to do with my personal preference.
Well, answer that question. You just said you don't. Are you gonna go fuck a 15-year-old in a place where you can?
That is not my. I don't want to have.
Just say yes or no. Just
no,
say yes or no.
I do not have sex out of wedlock. I've repeated this before. My point is,
you had plenty of sex out of wedlock. When you were sexually active, would you have gone and fucked a 15-year-old?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then you two also still abide by
because we believe in abiding the laws of. We don't break the law, but you're applying the law of the land to morality, and that's where things get confused. Because morality is not defined based off the government. If we followed morality, if we followed morality defined based off the government, then we would say that the war that's happening in Israel and Palestine is justified because the government is sending billions of dollars there. You cannot rely on the government upon that because the government.
Yeah. So this is Sneeko's. So the reason why I wanted to show you this is because Sneeko was arguing against the age of consent here. It just is a bonus that Moist Critical looks like an absolute degenerate fucking retard. Shocking. Like, genuinely shocking that Charles didn't realize just how indefensible his pro-trans stance is. But Sneeko was actually advocating that the age of consent should be, I don't know, 12, 14. I think that's crazy. But Sneeko, he's got a pattern of this sort of behavior.
Okay, if I ever wanted to get canceled, this is the video. I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. This is one of the movies that's gonna age well. Like right now the outrage is really strong, so saying something like this video probably already has half dislikes. And I even tweeted like, Cuties is clickbait. This was a pretty good movie. And everybody replying like, I'm unfollowing you. This is the limit, Sneeko. This is the limit. I can guarantee you, none of you saw the fucking movie, dummies. How do you criticize a movie that you didn't see? What's really funny is how different the covers are for the release of the European version of Cuties and the American version of Cuties. The European version is just like a normal thing. It says mignon and just like girls playing, because to them, this is a movie about growing pains, about childhood. It's a coming of age film. But here, we only see the most provocative parts of the film. We only see the girls dressed down, we only see the twerking, and we get mad immediately. That's why the cover looks like it's a beauty pageant. I thought it was gonna be a reality show about girls dancing. It's completely the opposite. The reason that I uninstalled TikTok was because every time I'd go on, there would be a 13, probably a 13-year-old girl dancing to WAP.
That's disgusting.
There's some boys in this. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z. What the film actually points...
What would Gen Z have to do with people being upset about it? That's wild.
Points out is a difference between generations, how it doesn't really make sense to force kids to be in this completely religious, praying, throwing water on them. And the only solution that the parents had for when the girls in the movie started acting out was to just bring other family members into the household, and like they had the uncle put his hand on the girl's forehead like, like that's not gonna do anything. This girl is clearly lost. Netflix isn't stupid enough to put out a movie that bad. They're not.
Yeah, they really are.
Not that stupid. They know what they're doing. They knew that there was going to be outrage, and they know that this movie is going to age very well because it points out a generational problem. Yes, there are scenes where the girls are dancing and like probably a little too much, but then immediately after they're crying, and then they face the consequences of their action. They're ridiculed by their classmates. Like this girl, at one point, she takes a picture of her vagina and posts it on Instagram. Kids naturally just rebel. Kids naturally just don't want to do what they're told to do. So if you tell a kid, put on a headscarf, pray every day, dancing is for the devil, then they're gonna do it. If you told your kid that, oh, it's okay to express yourself, you can go to a dance class.
Oh my gosh. He's really out here defending the movie Cuties. Which is what I want to show you guys. That I'm not saying, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that Sneeko is a pedophile. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are more lines on the graph for Sneeko than there are for Elon Musk. Okay? That's all I'm saying. So I don't understand why Sneeko would go out there and make such an incendiary and ridiculous statement. I don't know why he would do that. I don't know why he would say that, why he would be compelled to do that. It's bonkers.
Probably shouldn't twerk and, shove your vagina in a camera if you're 11. Then they're going to be normal people. They're going to be raised normally because they know that it's not a taboo. Like if you tells a kid not to do drugs over and over again, they're going to be curious. They're going to want to do it. This happens with everything. This was pointing out a problem that girls have. Guys don't really have problems like this. When I was watching Cuties, I was feeling like this was really an honest depiction of what it's like to grow up as an 11-year-old girl now. By the end of the movie, you see the protagonist just jumping jump rope, having fun with her friends because she's just a normal kid. They're seeing wet-ass pussy Cardi B twerking all the time, and they feel like there's an image of beauty and of expression that they have to adhere to. People want to be admired as much as the other people that they see admired on their phone. If you're really pissed off about this movie, you just don't fucking understand growing up with social media. I like this movie because it's extremely provocative, but it's realistic. A major criticism of this film was that it's
Sneeko, no!
That they were just showing
Sneeko,
these kids
no!
bring a bunch of pedophiles in. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not more than anything else that's on the internet now.
Yeah. The movie about young underage girls dancing provocatively. It's not gonna bring in the people that are attracted to young underage girls dancing provocatively. No, totally. Oh my God, what are we doing?
Or not more than
what are we doing as a species? Sometimes I sit and I wonder. I don't know how God didn't just start over. Genuinely, he gave us free will and we fucked it up. We really did. I can see why Jesus needed to come. Jesus needed to come and save our sins because, man, we are messed up as a people.
Beauty pageants in America, which still exist and are exactly what you see in the film. It's also really funny to see the difference of reaction that Americans had in European side, because I'm in Europe and people are like, yeah, that was a pretty good film. Americans are like, this is deplorable. I saw this commentator, Penguin Zero, who I actually like. There's not a lot of good commentators, but he's like, this movie is deplorable. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing. And it's like he didn't even watch the movie. It's just like he only saw the clips that were gonna piss him off. Or he just got so triggered by the provocative imagery that he just, deplorable. Come on, man. Like, don't you see the reasons why she's doing what she's doing? People on Twitter are saying, like, these kids need therapy, the parents need to be put in jail, the director needs to be jailed. No, man, no. These actresses were really good. It's a movie you need to watch with empathy. Don't watch with outrage like everything else nowadays. Watch it with empathy. Not everything is as linear as jail, cancel this, that. No. Watch it like you're a human. It's so weird that, like, I have to say that, but that's a genuine, whatever, man. Stop, cancel me if you want, yo.
Well, that was Sneako's take on Cuties. And again, we're only replaying his greatest hits because he said this about Elon Musk. I don't know why he said it. He was probably thinking he was clever. Probably thought that was kind of edgy, but it made him look bad. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Let's see. Let's take a look. Okay. Got that done. It says, the other European he was talking about were other Muslims. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable that that would be something that he would just casually say. By the way, I just want to thank Heinrich for his support tonight. Brother, that's amazing. Thank you for your financial support, brother. I can't even begin to thank you enough. It's overwhelming and it humbles me sometimes. I just have to let you know how grateful I am. I'm grateful for every person that makes the choice to donate to my channel financially. It just, each and every one of you, I just want to say thank you. I couldn't do this without you. So thank you. Right.
So I seen this. Y'all were telling me about this.
Oh man. I do my best. I do my best, but thank you. Thank you. I genuinely couldn't do it without you. Brothers, it is not a good time for the content creator known as Mizkiv. You see, recently he lost his lawsuit against Asmongold, where the defamation claim was dismissed without prejudice, but pretty much clear that there's going to be nothing from that. So Mizkiv can refile again, but I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to spend all that money. The lawsuit with Emiru did decide, the judge did decide to push forward. The problem is that now Mizkiv is being asked by the judge to point out specific instances in that particular, claim where he thinks the defamation is, because essentially in his initial lawsuit, he just put the entire stream there. So now the judge is like, okay, well, no, you have to say where in this stream. You have to be specific. So Mizkif's lawsuit with Emaru is going forward, but it doesn't look good for him. So very likely he's going to lose that lawsuit too. He lost against OTK and Mythic. It is L on top of L on top of L. And now he's, resorted to the lowest common denominator tactics. And I don't know what compels this guy or motivates him. I just don't. Maybe it's brain damage or drugs or something. I don't know why this guy doesn't just get on with his life. I don't know why this guy feels the need to go to a convention and threaten Emaru's staff that if she comes forward, I'm going to ruin her life. I don't understand. But anyway, we got this video from Asmongold. It's called "He Sued Me, Lost, and Then Did This."
So I seen this. Y'all were telling me about this morning. Really, bro? There is desperation. There is peak desperation. And there's like 3 other levels below that. And then there's this. Miz is buying ads to put on Asmon's channel. So this is, you can look at this right here. Paid for Matthew Masranino.
And this is on my shit too. What an actual rat.
Isn't this harassment by this point? No, I think it's funny. Everybody
It is really funny.
Has their freedom of speech. He didn't agree with that. He didn't think that everybody did have their freedom of speech. He learned that they did. So this was an educational process. Cost me $100,000. This educational process about...
Wait, did you not sue him for damages?
The First Amendment. And to be fair, this could be a person impersonating him. No, it's him. Oh my God. Ads Transparency Center. Legal name, Matthew Misrandino. He paid Google money to put this ad on my YouTube channel.
I'm Mizkif. For over a year, people have been talking about my personal life like they were in the room. They weren't. I was.
Oh! No! No! He paid money to put this ad on Asmongold's channel! No, no, no. Oh my gosh. Now, to be fair, Asmongold probably doesn't care about getting the $100,000 because Asmongold can lose $100,000 and he won't even notice. For him, it's nothing, But I mean, this guy, Mizkif, is now paying to put this ad on Asmongold's videos. That is crazy.
People have been talking about my personal life like they were in the room. They weren't. I was. So I'm buying an ad. Don't take my word for it.
And the biggest irony for this is that this is the person that's suing me for defamation. They sued me for defamation. The case got dismissed. Isn't that insane? Already blocked the ads, so we blocked the ads. Oh God, what is this?
If we continue having guys like Asmongold, try to change the story and narrative, fully go after me for like 5 full days on that. 7 freaking nights or whatever the hell it is. Up to you to prove it. I already proved it. I proved it.
You proved it?
It's done. The book is
sealed. Proved it. If you proved it, then why was the judge asking you to continue proving it in your own filing just to avoid getting your case dismissed? Why didn't you just send the judge the YouTube video? And that way, you'll just win the lawsuit. Did he know about this?
Already been proved in court before we even went to court. If we continue
It was proven? What do you mean? Is a smart businessman? Apparently not. It's probably not working. He pays people $10. He's paying people to watch the content. If you can watch the full video and like and comment, I will give you $10 cash for watching the video. Paying people to fucking interact with it. Earn tickets for liking, commenting on, and watching Mizkif's posts and videos. Paying Google to show it. Yeah, actually, Psychopath 100% hurt his case against Emaru. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, right? It sure seems like it would, right? I'll tell you that. And also nice of him to give Asma money. Yeah, maybe, you know what? Can you take out more ads on my channel and then I can make back the $100,000 of my money that you wasted by suing me for some bullshit? What a waste of fucking money. What a weasel, bro. What a little rat.
But Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
Oh man. So I mean, what do you even say to something like that? What do you even say to something like that? I just we got to watch it. We got to watch it.
It's time to go full demon time. It is time to go full demon time. And it is time to go full demon time.
It's time to go full demon time. Yeah, I'ma expose every line. Not the only one committed.
That's right, guys.
March Halloween special.
It's
Plus
time.
she's rabbits the whole timeline. I know I had bad habits.
Yep.
Road rage and shrooms, I was manic.
Yes, you were.
But what about your rabbits? You didn't give them enough letters. Let you in for my benefit. Got too popular, can stand it. We shouldn't stream at the same time. Cause my fans think you're more prime. Hey, Emmy. Have more views than me. Plenty. All cause of these stupid.
I don't even understand how somebody could be that insecure and jealous. I don't even understand. Like, that is so baffling to me. That is so bonkers to me. Like, wouldn't you establish, like, I don't understand. Wouldn't you establish as, like, if you were the boyfriend or you were the husband, wouldn't you establish that the money would come to you? Like if you married this girl, that, you know, all the money would come to you. So her success would be your success. But you're that vain and insecure and on drugs that her success was bothering you. That's crazy.
The only reason they watch and care.
It says, same pathetic don't make me mad energy as Jeremy. Yeah, no, you're right. Thank you, Heinrich, for the donation. I appreciate it. Yeah, it does remind me of the quartering a lot. It does. That same sort of don't make me mad or else I'll sue you. It's like, get out of here.
Plus she traumatic stress, there was so many. They got me living down in fear. These plushies talk all I could hear. Could call me a real veteran. Plus she war, now I need medicine. Teddy Bear
Look at
gave
that.
me a heart.
He's a real veteran there, guys. He's a real veteran. Look at those soldiers.
Best gave me a heart attack. Plus she traumatic stress like in Iraq. And what I did, it wasn't fair. But throwing plushies just can't compare. Recovering from this plushy attack. Front, left, right, they hit me in my back. They keep me up having.
Oh man, he's so mad. Anyway, yeah, Mizkif. Like, honestly, if I could give advice to Mizkif, I would say you need to stop worrying about what people think of you. And if you say, oh, I don't care what people think of me, you do. You are a slave to what people think of you, and you need to stop. Your behavior has been unacceptable. You need to go to church. Because one of the things that you learn in church is genuine humility. And you also learn about forgiveness. And you learn about taking responsibility for your actions and living in sin. Because you want to sue Asmongold for defamation. You actually put that lawsuit together to try to silence him. But if somebody were to do that to you, you would pretend to be a victim. And Ms., my advice to you, genuine advice, would be to, honestly, to get off the internet. You're paying money in a frivolous manner to put, you're paying money to put ads in front of Asmongold's videos. You're trying to win like an optics war, and you're just not going to be able to win. Because you're going to spend all this money, and all it takes is Asmongold doing one video on his shorts channel, and immediately he overtakes you. And the fact is, Mizkif, you are not blameless in this. And Asmongold's not just picking on you. You are actively going out there and you are fighting against other people. So, you're fighting against a lot of people, and you need to just stop. Honestly. Like, that would be my advice. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. Okay. What is your opinion on the black person impersonating Shiloh Hendricks? I didn't really look too much into that. So there's a black guy impersonating her. Let's see. Okay. What is this? Shiloh. She went live to brag about scamming. Wow. Wow. Brothers, we have an update to the Shiloh Hendricks situation. So for those that are not familiar, let me give you a brief recap. Shiloh Hendricks was at a public park with her kid, and some black child that had a history of getting into trouble decided that they were going to steal from Shiloh Hendricks' bag. And Shiloh was frustrated because apparently this kid had been, causing problems. And she called the kid the N-word. And said, you're acting like a, N-word. And at the park, there was a pedophile Somali who whipped out his camera and then started, spamming the N-word at her. Like, oh, did you say N-word? Did you say N-word, N-word? Like, actually saying it. And so that video went viral, and people tried to cancel her. She raised a ton of money. But the situation, what it, eventually evolved into was the court case, the backlash. And then eventually, a couple days ago, we got an outcome, which is that the jury found that she didn't do anything wrong in relation to the child, but she was charged with disorderly conduct for what she said to the cameraman. So the cameraman, who was, this pedophile Somali that shouldn't even be in the country, who was harassing her and spamming the N-word, she got hit with a, disorderly conduct charge. Okay. Well, as it turns out, you have another addition to the story. This person, the man behind a fake Shiloh Hendricks account on X, now with over 35,000 followers, just went live to brag about scamming MAGA supporters out of money to cover his personal expenses, including rent, a gym membership, and food. He mocked the white woman who donated to him, the white people who donated to him, and claimed he identifies as a 135-pound white woman. The real Shiloh Hendricks, recently found guilty of one count of disorderly conduct after being recorded by a Somali man on a playground using abusive language, has warned her supporters in her Give, Send, Go that she is not active on social media and urged them not to fall for scams, noting that numerous people are impersonating her. Anyone who knows the identity of this man or got scammed by him can contact me directly. So this is, I meme, therefore I am. So this is the person in question.
Got hey, hey, hey. You're so mad. You're so mad. You can't do nothing about. Hey, I'm about to use my favorite line. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do. Look at all those followers I got. That's crazy. Like, why y'all? Hey, they deserve it. Hey, if you gonna be dumb as shit with your money, you deserve it. You deserve it. Hey, hey, that's on y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Hey, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Boy, woke up this morning with me, had me a good old breakfast. Courtesy of the white man. You finally did something for me. Yo, got him. Hey, drop my...
Oh my God. Well, first of all, this just reinforces what I've said, just numerous times. Okay. You have this person here that just broke the law. Okay. They just committed a crime. This is fraud. But this person is so low impulse control and so low IQ, they couldn't help themselves from recording a video and uploading it online, letting people know that they committed a crime. That is a shocking combination of stupidity and audacious. It's almost, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. You committed a crime. One where you stole $35,000 from people, which, by the way, I got away with it. Yeah, no, you didn't. No, you stole that money under false pretenses. Those people can demand a chargeback, and not only that, but that is fraud. You understand? Like, I know we face an evolutionary gap in intelligence, but that is fraud. You should not have done this. Like, this could be another meme, like another joke, but I don't think so. Like, it seems like from the image itself, this person made a Shiloh Hendricks account and say, I scammed MAGA. They fell for it thanks to their nation's Black Lives Matter. Well, I mean, you're going to be another 2%er. You're going to be somebody that finds himself in jail, most likely. That or worse. Like, do you understand? Like, no, of course you don't understand the gravity. Like, expecting you to understand what you did is wrong. That is unfair on me to put that expectation on you. To be intelligent enough and to be enough of a civilized human being to realize. But at the same time, like, you literally uploaded a video saying, I committed this crime, and laughing at people and saying, well, you're not going to do nothing. Well, I'm pretty sure that this account and others, by the way, this has 228,000 views. It says it was the most obvious fake account ever. I'm actually shocked anyone fell for that. It says, so they've already found your name, brother. They've already found you. So, you know, that's not good, man. That's not good. Brother, they've already found you. They've already found your name. They've already found where you live. You don't think that there are going to be people that are now contacting your local police and telling you, and are going to be demanding that Trump, do something? You don't think that they would? This is one of the most idiotic things I've ever seen. They already found you. They already found you. Man. That's crazy. That's crazy. You actually uploaded a video with your face and they found you within like an hour. They have your name, they have your address, congratulations, and they have your confession video. And you want to say that we're mad? Listen, I'm mad I'm mad at you on like a humanitarian level that you're a fucking animal. You're genuinely not human enough for me to actually get genuinely mad at. But I look at you and I look at what you're doing, and you committed fraud, you committed a crime, and then you uploaded a video of yourself bragging about it. That is a level of low IQ that I don't know, 65, 70? So my point here is, no, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. But you filled in all the stereotypes. And it's sad. It's embarrassing, if anything. You know? Yeah, he got a lot of donations to his PayPal and he celebrated. Yeah, online, in front of people. Now, you know, the scary thing is, if he had been smarter and hadn't said anything, I bet you he would have made a lot more money. So, in a way, it's a benefit. It's a boon that this guy is an absolute retard. It's a benefit because less people are probably going to be scammed at this point. And hopefully they take down the account and, you know, they put a warning on it. But that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. You couldn't make it in life. So you had to steal. You had to rob people that were doing what they felt was best, which is to support this girl who went through this bullshit situation. That's pretty nuts. That's pretty crazy. And you know, it's things like this that just reinforce we don't have to live like this. We don't. We do not have to live like this. Like, people have been conditioned to believe that we do have to live like this, but I'm telling you that we don't. If there was a will in this country to elect somebody, like there was an overriding will to elect somebody, who said, you know what? We're going to deport all these scammers and all these criminals, and we're going to get them the fuck out of the country. We're just going to get them all gone. They're all going to go. We're going to round them up. We're going to take them out. You could do that. You absolutely could. But I don't know how chargebacks work and stuff like that. Somebody in chat said chargebacks. I think that is one thing that you could try. I would recommend that people reach out and call or talk to GoFundMe, let them know it's a scam. And so I think that's one thing they could do, just to make sure that other people don't get scammed. But man, what an absolute imbecile. What an absolute fool. Anyway, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time on this issue. I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel and letting me be me. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Let's see, how much did he actually make? How much money did he actually generate? Does it say how much he made?
Got him! Hey, hey, hey! You're so mad. You're so mad. You can't do nothing about. Hey, I'm about to use my favorite line. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do. Look at all those followers I got. That's crazy. Like, why y'all? Hey, they deserve it. Hey, if you gonna be dumb as shit with your money, you deserve it. You deserve it. Hey, that's on y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Hey, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got nothing to do.
Oh my gosh. This is tough to watch. I gotta be honest. That's tough to watch.
With that. Boy, woke up this morning with me, had me a good old breakfast. Courtesy of the white man. You finally did something for me. Yo, got him. Hey, drop my... Oh, you trying to donate to me for scamming the white community? Bro, help me. I want to scam them some more.
Oh my gosh. Well, let's see. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Wow, I just tuned in. I went to the zoo last week. Renal MD coming in strong. Coming in strong. Okay, let me once again. Okay. Once again, thank you, Heinrich. I appreciate your support. Heinrich, your donations, genuinely, I cannot even begin to thank you enough. Thank you. The support has been overwhelming. And honestly, it allows me to do what I do, and I appreciate it. I do. I just can't even put it into words. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh man. Okay, you guys ready? Are you ready? Brothers, I present to you today a video that you've been waiting for so long. This is something that is must-see television. It is one of the most anticipated returns in television or cinematic history. This is something that you are all undoubtedly a fan of, and you have been just completely wooed by the cast, the sets, the music, the atmosphere. This is a project that has brought you all to the table, and it's must see. I am, of course, talking about Amazon's The Rings of Power Season 3. I know what you're thinking to yourself. Wait, what? There's the third season of this? Apparently. And I know how hyped you guys are for this. You're like, oh, Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, which, by the way, they're now calling it the Lord of the Rings of Power, just instead of the Rings of Power. Because they realize how absolutely cancerous and unpopular this is. So they're like, we need to call this the Lord of the Rings of Power. They needed to add that name in there on the official thing. Whereas before they were just sort of like abbreviating of the Rings of Power. Here we go.
Now is the mighty hour.
Oh, perfect. Perfect, guys. You see that? You see that? Let me scroll down. You see that? It looks like an asshole. Does that not look like a chocolate starfish? Man, what an unbelievably accurate depiction. Somebody put that in there. That looks like an asshole. That looks like an asshole, okay? Maybe I'm going to be the only one to notice that, but that is pretty crazy. What an amazing way to start this.
Come. The Dark Lord is on the brink of crafting a new power. One ring.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. It's so this is like a modern day feminist, like a 60-year-old feminist over here.
To rule them all. He's got armies scouring Middle-earth. Middle-earth will burn. Has it not yet occurred to you? Death might well be the price of saving it. Trying to get back to you.
Oh man, poor Elrond. Dude, look at that face. I mean, oh man, look at that face. Look at that. That is the face of everyone watching this trailer right now. Oh man, that is so bad.
There are no friends of Mordor here. Come with me. The Dark Lord, we have to stop him. The shadow rises to Middle-earth. How would you like to rise with it?
Well, so what did you guys think? What did you guys think about The Rings of Power Season 3? I'm going to be honest with you. Genuinely, I could not be less interested. I look at this show and it actually makes me very sad. Because this show had a ton of potential. I mean, obviously, when you bring in the name Lord of the Rings, it means something. And they have vandalized it and bastardized it to an unbelievable degree. We got Heinrich saying, Lord of the Rings and she... Dem rings. I can't play that song on stream, but that was really, really funny. Somebody sent that to me. Rings, give me all them rings. Yeah, that was really funny. But I mean, like, this entire project failed because it was run by people that don't know Lord of the Rings, don't care about Lord of the Rings, have no concept of what good storytelling is. And it's not that they didn't have a lack of capital. They had all the money in the world. I don't know why they're allergic to bringing in people that are talented to create and like devise a system for creating these projects that is built on a foundation, like almost like an assembly line where you have to meet certain checkpoints along the way for quality control, for things to be approved. You need things like that. Like whether it's AI or it's a couple people in AI or something, you need certain checkpoints to say, okay, well, this current script does not meet this standard. Oh, well, Galadriel is the main character? Well, obviously that's not going to work. Obviously, Lord of the Rings is for men, primarily. Doesn't mean that women can't enjoy it. Women do enjoy it. Tons of women love Lord of the Rings. But it is primarily a male franchise, so naturally we're not going to put a female main character. in a male franchise because that makes no sense. Oh, in Galadriel, we're not going to change her character fundamentally from the movies. So, I mean, we're obviously not going to do that. We're obviously not going to tarnish the character from the original because the original characters are going to be protected, right? Like, that makes sense. Protecting the characters, no female main character. Oh, and we're not going to race swap the elves, obviously, because, the elves are fair of skin. So we're not going to change it. Like, there are certain things that should never, ever see the light of day. And it's not just specific to this, it's also Nolan's The Oddity. The orcs are the bad guys. That's fine. You shouldn't make orcs sympathetic. You shouldn't try to make them, well, we want to make them like a 10-dimensional villain. Sometimes, orcs can just be bad. Sometimes goblins can just be bad. And that's okay. That's okay. But what you've done is you've taken Lord of the Rings and you've turned it into something else. And now you wonder why people don't watch it, why people don't like it, why you're burning money, why it's not bringing people to the service. What it seems like, and I'm just going to be perfectly honest, what it seems like is that Amazon is creating junk food, overpriced junk food. They just want stuff on their platform. But the thing that kills me is that Amazon had the opportunity to be the go-to must-see platform when it comes to media. They have the money behind it. But they've dumped all of their money behind projects that nobody wants and nobody asked for. If you're going to create a project like Lord of the Rings, like, why would you not do the things that obviously will win? You want a main character like Aragorn. You don't have to have actual Aragorn or young Aragorn. They want a character like Aragorn. Heroic, brave, masculine. They want a story about him and the boys going out there and saving the world and saving women and going to the tavern and drinking and being merry, being friends, creating camaraderies. Maybe there's a couple dwarves in there and they go and they face an overwhelming thing. And you know what? Amazon, I'm here to tell you that there are other forms of media and entertainment that are doing that, and they're being rewarded with unbelievable levels of success. You take a look at anime right now, and it's overwhelming, the difference.
This is just like the Odyssey. It's cultural appropriation. It's trampling on our values.
Mm-hmm.
It pollutes our soul and makes us second-guess ourselves.
Yeah, that's absolutely what it is. It is a sickness. And this elvish, this elvish asshole sign is it's such a symptom of the sickness that exists. And Renal MD is absolutely right. And by the way, thank you so much for the donation, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support from the channel more than you can know. But this is a sign that you have people there that are looking to take advantage, to get a paycheck, but don't really have the heart or passion to do what the audience and the fans want, which should be the number one thing that you're focused on. Because what do fans want? They want an authentic, fun, dynamic experience under the right criteria. And the right criteria is they don't want race swaps. So they don't want to feel like there's modern politics. They don't want girl boss or feminist or Black Lives Matter messaging. They don't want anything to do with, oh, girls can get it done too. Don't want any of that. They don't want to feel like the male main character is being sidelined in favor of the female character. They don't want a male character that they loved from the past, whether it's, Gandalf or anyone else, to meet a new female character that can do it better than them and berates them and treats them like crap, and now they're depressed and dour and drunk. They don't want that. They don't want Galadriel to be reduced from what she was in Lord of the Rings to what she is here. They don't want her to be tarnished in that way, tainted. That's the reality. They want an authentic experience. They want camaraderie. They want brotherhood. They want, I never thought that I would fight next to an elf. And it's like, how about fighting next to a friend? I can do that. I mean, it's terrible accent, but you get my point. It's like they want the kinship, the brotherhood, the honor. And that's what masculinity is. Masculinity is morality based. Femininity is not morality based. You know, the virtues of brotherhood and kinship and loyalty and determination, those are not female virtues. Females have other virtues, but male virtues are, you know, we're gonna go and we're gonna fight our way to the, you know, to the middle of Mordor to throw in this ring. And we're gonna do it because of, you know, that's what we do. We're brothers. That's why Warhammer has worked so well, because for the most part, you haven't had women, you know, there are no female Primarchs. I mean, for now. I mean, of course, they're going to change that. They're going to add female Primarchs, inevitably. But the reason why Warhammers work so well is because that entire concept of brother, we do this for honor, you know, and having the whole story, that's why it works. And that's what you need to hear. You need masculinity. You need heroism. You need masculine men. You need women to be women and be put in their place. And if you think that's sexist, you know what? That's what people want. That's what people need. That's the message they need to hear. No, women can't do everything. No, women aren't the girl boss. The girl boss is going to lose in the end. She's going to be eggless and childless and miserable and husbandless and alone. You know, people want traditional stories, especially in Lord of the Rings, in a fantasy setting. And if they don't get it from you, they'll get it from somewhere else. You do not have total monopoly on the market, not yet. So that is my advice to the people working on the Rings of Power, Amazon. You have all the potential in the world. But if I were you, what I would do, I would fire everyone working on this. I would start over from scratch. I would retcon the entire Rings of Power thing. I'd basically make it like it didn't exist. And I would put my money into creating a Lord of the Rings series that's completely new. Completely new, that has to do with some time in the past or some time in the future, and it has to do with strong masculine men coming together to bond, to destroy a great evil, to save a princess, to do something traditional, masculine, heroic, fantasy, epic. That's what I would do if I were you. But you seem like you are comfortable losing money and audience and attention, so maybe you got a different plan. Who knows? Maybe this is just part of some greater scheme that I'm not aware of. But anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Go there. There. Fantastic. Oh man, I feel I feel terrible. Oh man, I feel like crap. Literally. Oh man, it's been a tough couple days. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna gross you out with the details, but man, oh man, has it been a tough couple days. Yikes. Let's see. All right. Okay. Oh, back by Timberwolves for me. Yeah. Ew. Ugh. This is disgusting. GI problems? Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, I got man, it's not good. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I have some sort of flu. I don't know if I have the flu or whatnot, but I mean, man, I've been having man, I've been having some serious issues. Did you eat the lettuce from Taco Bell? No, I did have lettuce though. I don't think it would just be eating the lettuce. Like really, I didn't have Taco Bell lettuce. I had romaine lettuce that I got from the store. But I don't think it'd be that. I mean, it's just I don't want to get too graphic because it's gross. Yeah, it's like, oh man. Listen, I don't we don't talk too much about poop and stuff on the channel unless it's like a joke. But you know, I'm not the quartering here. I don't get off on talking about poop. But I mean, man, it's been miserable for the past couple days. It's just been yikes. Yeah. There's a bunch of crap that supposedly has the parasite. Man. Oh gosh. Yeah, I listen, we're not going to talk about that anymore. I mean, come on. We're going to talk about something far worse. And we're going to talk about something far worse. Yeah. It takes days to weeks. Is an incubation. It's almost impossible to track down. Yeah, that's crazy. It's called cyclosporiasis. Cyclo. Is a gastrointestinal illness caused by microscopic parasite, which infects the intestine and is typically spread through water and contaminated contaminant with human feces. The most common symptoms include water loss of appetite, weight loss, abdominal cramping, nausea, fatigue, with symptoms usually appearing 1 week after exposure, but ranging from 2 days to 2 weeks. Well, that does sound yeah. You know what? That actually does sound thank you to our resident doctor in chat. That absolutely does sound like what I'm going through. Well, I've been dealing with this for like 3 days, so I really don't want to go through this for 2 weeks. I really hope that it's not 2 weeks. Man, that would suck if it's 2 weeks, but thank you for your consultation, doctor. Thank you for your that does sound very similar to what I'm going through. Oh man. Brutal. Oh gosh. All right. Well, on that bombshell, let's see. I'm going to do one more video, I think. I'm going to do one more video. Let's see. But really, guys, thank you so much for the support. I always get overwhelmed. I do. I always get overwhelmed by the support. It's never expected, but it's always appreciated, guys. It's crazy. Yeah, I got sick a few months ago for 3 days. It sucks. It really genuinely sucks, man. Okay, let me say he is a gay. I mean, oh gosh. You know, I'll be honest. There are times where Doyle says stuff and I think that I think it's funny. And then there are times where Doyle says stuff and I just like, this is the most retarded motherfucker I've ever seen. I could just say something so stupid and it just, I don't know if it's maybe because of the way I'm feeling. I'm not sick, but it's like sometimes I'm like, my God. And it's like, holy shit. Oh man, it's like, why will Temptar not say he is a gay? It's like, it's just, you know what it is? I'll be honest, Doyle. You know what it is? I get the same feeling reading your comment as I do watching that low IQ, low impulse control animal brag about scamming people. I get the same sort of feeling. It's like, I'm just like, oh. And it's just like, he's just like, you're just disappointed in the human race a little bit. You're like, oh gosh, this is so low IQ. What are we doing? Like, what are we even doing? Like, what are we? Oh man, what are we doing? And speaking of what are we doing, I got a video for you guys, or a. Man. Brothers, remember Tim Walz? Remember him? This guy, well, I mean, he's made a series of really, really unfortunate blunders. And this guy has come out and defended Somali criminals. He, more recently, we did a video on him letting a pedophile go. Because he said, well, what is even the point of keeping this guy imprisoned? He should be, basically, this guy should be free. He was mad that the Trump administration wanted to deport this guy, and they did deport him, and he was mad about that. Tim Walz has a history of being an absolute freak, a weirdo, an immoral coward, and just one of the worst people in politics today. Well, what if I told you that there was a story that just came across my desk that solidified this in a way that I don't even think any of the other topics could. I think this solidifies that Tim Walz is one of the most repugnantly despicable people in the government. Like, one of the people that you just look at and they go, this guy cannot do anything right. Breaking. Minnesota program backed by Governor Tim Walz will make transgender dolls with removable interchangeable genitalia available to educators and clinicians working with ages 4 through 10. Yeah. So when your kid goes to the doctor, they'll be able to see the dolls where you can take off the penis. Isn't that great? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that what we need right now? So when people are working with kids 4 to 10, you can make these transgender dolls. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's like, we don't have to live like this. I guess that's where I'll start. We don't have to live like this. We as a society have the ability to come together and punish the people that do this stuff. You've been told most of your life that we don't have that ability, we can't do that. But all you have to do is normalize that sentiment by repeating it over and over and getting enough people to agree. And you know what? It's the common sense position. It is the common sense position that somebody like Tim Walz should be in jail for something like this, where you are actively courting the grooming and normalizing the sexualization and the pervertization of children. You are allowing trans ideology closer and closer to children that are 4 to 10. Now, what I really think should happen to Tim Walz is capital punishment, but that's more for treason. But you can add this to the list. People like Tim Walz should be tried under our government and should be found guilty for treason. And he should be, exposed to capital punishment. That should be the result of that. This guy has betrayed this country multiple times. He has obviously defended pedophiles multiple times. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact. The guy that he pardoned, along with the other people on the board, the AG and some other activists, they decided that we're going to let this guy go. This guy who had done unspeakable things to a young girl. Tim Walz is now planning a transgender. Shouldn't he be in jail? Why doesn't Trump? This is why I get so frustrated with Trump. Is because issues like this, it's a no-brainer. Why is he not in jail? It's because Trump is afraid of the media. He is. He doesn't want the bad press. We need somebody to come in that doesn't care about the media, and in fact, will put the media in their place. We need somebody that will come in and say, you know what? We're going to start throwing these traitorous media personalities in jail. We're going to start arresting them. Don Lemon storms a church on a Sunday and starts harassing people that are there attending service. And they call it a protest as he's in the middle of it. And you want to say that's journalism? No, he's going to jail. And you know what? Any outlet that defends him, they're losing their license and people there can go to jail. You could end this tomorrow if you have the will to do it. But just there's no will from the conservative side to do it. You could have a policy in place. You could have the Republicans pass this into law tomorrow. This says if any Democrat publishes anything transgender related that has to do with children under the age of 18, that person is guilty of a felony. Like, that is an actual crime. So my point here is that this is insane. This is insane. Anyway. See you, Jim. Have a good day, brother. Have a good night. Anyway, that's going to be the last story that we cover. I gotta bail for it myself. All right, we're gonna wrap things up. I want to thank each and every one of you who donated. I want to thank each and every one of you who came in. I want to thank you for the support. I want to thank you for just the generosity of spirit. And I'm gonna go now. But I wanted to say thank you.